somebody so lost, someone to do.
네, 과학관 우수 성과를 나르는 ISSM 콘테스트 2023을 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 오늘 이 소중한 자리 여러분과 함께하게 된 아나운서 켈리 박입니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ISSM Contest 2023. Once again, my name is Kelly Park, your MC for this meaningful occasion, and it is my great honor to meet you all. 만나 뵙게 되어 영광입니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 본 콘테스트는 과학관 전시 교육 행사, 운영 소통 디자인 이렇게 6개 분야의 과학문화 활동가 여러분들의 우수 성과를 함께 공유하는 자리가 되겠습니다. Today's contest brings together science culture enthusiasts from 6 different categories: exhibition, education, event, organization, communication, and design to share their excellence in science culture activities. 수상자에게는 과학기술정보통신부 장관상과 또 5대 과학관장상 그리고 창의재단 이사장상이 수여가 되겠습니다. The winners will be receiving the Ministry of Science and ICT Award as well as the Top 5 Science Museum Director Award and the President's Award from the Creativity Foundation. 네, 정말 치열한 서면 심사를 통해서 오늘 발표에는 총 18개의 팀이 선정이 되었습니다. Through intense competition, a total of 18 teams have been selected for the competition. 그럼 먼저 오늘 발표대회 추진 개요에 대한 설명을 잠시 정해보도록 하겠습니다. 국립중앙과학관 임지혜 주무관님께 마이크를 전해보도록 하겠습니다. Please welcome 지혜 Im of the Assistant Director of National Science Museum for the overview of the contest. 네, 큰 박수로 맞아주시기 바라겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. My name is Ji-hye Lee. I'm from the National Science Museum. Preparing for the ISSM, we have changed the setting of the presentation. It was because for encouraging lots of participation from the staff members from the National Science Museum so that they can easily share exemplary models and also by enhancing capacities of each other. As a result, a lot more people could participate, and I would like to thank you all for participation. So it is called the 2023 ISSM contest. So the categories include exhibition, education, events, operation, communication, and design. So we mainly focused on the cases which did not garnered attention, which are communication and also design. So basically this contest is open to everyone, and it targets literally all the topics which were dealt back in 2022 and 2023. We did not impose so many limitations as this is the very first year for the contest to be held, and we are going to continuously improve the contest. And we have received the application from 23rd from the August throughout the week. And today is the actual main competition, and we are going to also reward about total 6 pieces, including grand prize and also the second prizes, which will be rewarded by the directors of the National Science Museums. in Korea, and also we have invited judges, and also Professor Yu Hyun Choi from the Chungnam University, and also for education category we have Professor Kim Bong-seok from the Korea National University of Education, and also for events we have Professor Yoon Young-suk from the Daejeon Tourism Organization, and also for probation we have CEO Kim Hae-jung from the World Class Edu. For communication, we have Professor Sang-won Lee from the Wongung University, and for design category, we have Chun Yeon-ok from the Institute of Design Promotion, and they're going to give each of the pieces the point, and we're going to combine all that to select those who received the award. But we could not really come up with very much detailed standards, but still we are going to improve that point so that we can better proceed with this contest from next year. So please feel free to share your opinions with us so that we can all improve together. Thank you so much.
네, 고맙습니다. 전체적인 운영
Thank you. She has explained to us about the operation of the contest. So please take what she told us into consideration for your presentation. And for fair decision of the awardees, we have invited judges.
먼저 전시 부문의 최유현 충남대학교 교수님 자리해 주셨습니다. Please welcome Professor 최유현 of Chungnam University. 네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 계속해서 교육 부문 되겠습니다. 김봉석 한국교원대학교 교수님 자리해 주셨습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 다음은 행사 부분 윤영숙 대전관광공사 팀장님 자리해 주셨습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 계속해서 운영 부분 되겠습니다. 김혜정 월드클래스 에듀 대표님이십니다. 네, 환영합니다. 계실까요? 네, 다음은 소통 부분에 이상원 원광대학교 교수님 자리해 주셨습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 디자인 부분에 전영옥 대전 디자인 진흥원 팀장님 자리해 주셨습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 그럼 심사위원장으로 최유현 충남대학교 교수님께서 직접 수고를 해주시겠습니다. Professor 최유현 from Chungnam University will be serving as the head judge. 잠시 저희 심사 방향에 대한 코멘트 청해 보도록 하겠습니다. I'd like to request a brief comment on the judging criteria. 네, 앞으로 나와주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 박수로 맞아주시기 바라겠습니다.
Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't expect that I have to talk about judging criteria. We have 6 judges today. They have been making a lot of efforts. So we'll make sure that we also do our best for our evaluation. Innovation, planning, capacity, and the impact of those events and presentations will be primarily evaluated. 6 judges will evaluate, and after each presentation, we will collect our scores so that we can select winners fairly. You've worked hard for this contest. I hope that this contest will provide you with a great opportunity, and this will not be the end. It will contribute to expanding and spreading your work for further development of science and its impact. Thank you. Thank you very much. He shared his comments about judging criteria. I hope that fair judgment will be made. Let's start the presentations. We'll start with the exhibition category. Being the first presenter is always nerve-wracking. Let me invite the first presenter. Success case of special exhibition applying cutting-edge exhibits and outdoor space beyond mobility. Let me invite Kim Chul-hee from National Science Museum to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. You will have 10 minutes including your presentation and Q&A. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I am researcher Kim Chul-hee from National Science Museum. Early this year, we held Mobility Special Exhibition. Let me share our success story.
저희가 올해 초에 5월 2일부터 7월 16일까지 미래기술관 3층에서 특별전시실에서 모빌리티 특별전을 진행을 했습니다. 그래서 이와 관련된 내용을 이와 같은 순서대로 발표를 할 거고요.
We held this exhibition in May to July this year as 10 national strategic technologies. Mobility was selected and the keyword of CES 2023 was mobility. Autonomous vehicles, hypertube, and space development of private companies have been emerging as hot topics. Before the special exhibition, these are the news articles about the exhibition and about UAM and national standard for autonomous vehicles and the start of the development of hypertube. These were all covered by the media. In particular, not only government-run research institutions, but also private companies have participated in the exhibition about the future of mobility. We used cutting-edge exhibits and we also used the outdoor space for our event. As a result, our exhibition was focused on hands-on experiences and we also provide expert docent service. The concept was this. At the main gate of the Science Museum, that space was important to attract people, starting from the parking lot and to the future technology hall. The walking distance is 600 meters. At the main gate, we had 댕댕이, the walking robot, and 댕댕이 guided people to the center part of the museum where people were able to see past mobility and the current mobility. And visitors were able to try autonomous vehicles. This is how visitors were attracted by 댕댕이 at the main gate. The bigger one was called Mother 댕댕이 and the smaller one was called Baby 댕댕이. They were really popular. At the center stage, there were exhibits about past mobility and current mobility, and we also displayed our 30 years old articles. And we also installed autonomous vehicles that won the contest held by Hyundai Motor Group. You can see the yellow lines that were the lines that our autonomous vehicles were operated. Many visitors enjoyed autonomous vehicles there. Autonomous vehicles level was evaluated very positively, but when we asked companies to provide these autonomous vehicles, many of them rejected because they were not sure about their safety. But one of government-run research institute participated and provided these vehicles. 5 people were involved in developing these vehicles, and our young generation was highly interested in autonomous vehicles. They tried to run in front of the car to see if the car really stops before hitting them. For visitors, we had online reservation system and all tickets were sold out within 5 to 10 seconds. And the research center provided very great data. There is a variety of AI data about people, but during the event, there were some rainy days and people had to use umbrella. that kind of weather data was also provided. So AI did contribute to our event. UAM is also being discussed a lot these days. This is the first demonstration of UAM developed by a Korean company. The drone with persons is flying to the sky. The company that made this UAM helicopter provided the drone to us for the event. It attracted many interest from our visitors. One of the exhibits was LiDAR. LiDAR is not just normal LiDAR, but more advanced type of LiDAR, fixed type LiDAR. During the Seoul Mobility Show, this LiDAR model won the prize during the mobility show. We try to show most cutting-edge technologies with our exhibition. There were some interesting technologies that we displayed during the event. If there is this kind of situation when the trolley is about to hit multiple people, then what decision will be made by AI? All the visitors made choice in this trolley dilemma, and one university professor asked us to provide the data of the choices made by our visitors. But the professor did not actually contact me later. And to collect messages for the future from our visitors, many people wrote these memos. One of them said something about future, and students said that you shouldn't choose physics as your major. There were fun messages too. For publicity, we used Instagram. One of them was to put National Science Museum in hashtag in people's feed. Many people participated and uploaded these feeds. They also took many pictures and put them on their Instagram. Not only online science museum, but we also provided metaverse exhibition halls. If you scan these QR codes, you will be actually seeing our metaverse exhibition hall. The actual photos of the event are also included there. We also had special lectures. The event was held right after we successfully launched Nuriho. These lectures were very popular too. And by providing special lectures and docent services, we were able to communicate with visitors smoothly. And we also provided kids a chance to try future mobility. And for adults, we were able to heighten their expectation for future mobility. The content that was displayed during the event was also associated and used in other events such as Daejeon Zero Hour Festival and Cyber Science Festival in Yongin, and by Gwangju and Busan National Science Museums. If you visit those science museums, you will be able to see what we displayed during our event. This wraps up my presentation. Let's watch together this fun video. This was during a rehearsal. You can see that there was a puppy, and the puppy was startled when it saw Dengdengi. The puppy was really curious about the robot, but at the same time, it was scared by the robot. You can visit the third floor of our future technology hall to see this robotic dog. This concludes my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. The time is up. Thank you very much. And please give him another big round of applause.
주제가 모빌리티의
Since the theme was future mobility, we could imagine the future of all types of mobility.
미분 두 번째 발표.
Now we'll move on to the second presentation under the category of exhibition. The speaker is going to talk about let's draw the picture using the 3D sketching playground for science museums. The speaker is Professor Seok-Hyung-bae from KAIST. Please go ahead. Good morning. My name is Jae-ho-sung, PhD student, taught by the Professor Bae from the KAIST. I would like to first play a short video clip about our project. Welcome to the 3D sketching playground.
배석현 교수 연구팀이 개발한 메타버스형 과학관 콘텐츠입니다. 아이들은 이곳에 모인 친구들과 함께 현실 공간과 가상 공간을 넘나들며 직접 그린 그림으로 가득한 새로운 메타버스를 함께 만들어 나갈 수 있습니다. 자, 그럼 3D 스케칭 놀이터에 대해서 자세히 알아볼까요? 3D 스케칭 놀이터에서 아이들은 대형 드로잉 태블릿과 VR 헤드셋을 통해 그림 세상이라는 메타버스 공간과 연결됩니다. 태블릿을 손가락으로 터치하여 그림 세상을 둘러볼 수 있고 원하는 곳에 스타일러스 펜을 이용하여 펜의 색과 두께를 손쉽게 바꿔가며 자신이 상상한 것을 그림 카드로 만들어 그림 세상에 넣을 수 있습니다. 이렇게 완성된 그림 카드는 손가락으로 터치하여 움직이거나 크기를 바꿀 수 있습니다. 또한 이미 있는 그림 카드를 복사하고 수정하여 새로운 그림 카드를 만들 수도 있습니다. 그리고 여러 아이들이 함께 만들어낸 그림 세상에 친구들과 접속하여 그림 카드를 가지고 놀 수 있습니다. 언제든 VR 헤드셋을 착용하여 그림 세상에 들어가 이리저리 둘러보고 바꿔보고 만져볼 수 있습니다.
So we developed this 3D sketching playground. We are not a research team to develop programs for these science museums, but we are more like a research team which develops a software program. So just like professional designers draw a drawing, anybody can draw in a 3D in this 3D sketching program. So based on this source technology that we developed, we can use this 3D sketching playground as a venue for children to draw something in 3D and develop something in a 3D program. So we are developing a program which can be developed in 3D based on the sketches. So this drawing is actually applied to the company, for example, to design automobiles and also product. And also we have designed this on camera, something that we can grab with our hand. And also we use to design collaborative robots as well. So by applying this sketching technology onto the real work, we were convinced that this really helps the professional designers. But I believe the application of this technology is not only limited to designers, but also to children. So children sometimes imagine what they want to be drawing pictures, and what they have drawn could be realized. And the children are designers of their futures. And that's why 3D Sketch Playground is provided, so that they can draw their future. But we are the researcher team, and we had to think a lot about how we can develop high-quality exhibition program. And we developed an exhibition technique for a twin living lab. So we have built a mock-up of our research space in the exhibition space. And we also gained insight by observing the visitors, and we reflected their opinions onto our programs, and we could introduce what we have developed in 2021, and that was displayed as a special exhibition for 16 days, and also 240 people visited, and about 740 different drawings were drawn by the visitors. So as you can see, robots and the satellite Naro and also Duri, you can see that their drawings reflect a variety of their interests. As this was the very first exhibition for us, and we wanted to also verify whether this program is applicable to National Science Museums, and we conducted a satisfactory survey on 246 people, and they said that they really like this program. They want to draw more with their friends. For about 16 days, 6 children came back, and one of them visited our exhibition for more than 3 times. And also, we conducted the interview with the parents, and they said that it was a very useful program for their children, and they want to recommend this program to their friends. So as we were running and operating this special exhibition, it was very meaningful for us to see them drawing and using the technology, but we had to allocate the number of users for this program. It was really a shame that some of them just had to go back without using our programs, and we want to open up this program to a lot more people. And 3D sketching program received a proposal from some of the National Science Museums for special exhibitions. So we thought this is a very good opportunity for a lot more people to use it. And we found that this special exhibition would welcome for more than 100 people. And as we cannot just be there to teach every one of them, we partially automated this program. So based on interactive system, our children can learn about how to use a 3D sketching playground, and after that they can enter the space that they have created and they could explore the space. So from the Busan National Science Museum, 10,000 visitors could enjoy our playground, completing and drawing more than 40,000 drawings. And when they were asked what program was the most intriguing and interesting, our program was selected as one of it. And in the year 2023, our program was related to another topic, for example, reducing carbon emissions. So it was a part of the project for Carbon Zero City. So all the scientific knowledge that our children learned about, they could draw what they have learned from the exhibition into our 3D sketching playground. So we refined the level of technology in our program by holding a series of special exhibitions, and we want our program to be a killer content for National Science Museums. And because our program can be easily applicable to various different topics of special exhibitions, it is scalable, and also the latest technology for computer graphics is together evolving with this program. And this is one of the contents that the children could move around what they have drawn. And also on your right-hand side are the images which were used to train the AI. So we want to work with all of you to develop the next generation of a 3D sketching playground. And our program is being on display here at ISSM, so please come to our booth to know more about this 3D sketching playground. This concludes my presentation, 3D sketching playground for National Science Museums. Thank you so much. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds, which allow us to raise about one question probably. So 1 minute and 17 seconds. So what's the development language? We have used Unity. along with because we can use it for VR as well. So are you preparing for commercialization? It is a research result, but yes, definitely we want to do that. That's why we are improving the quality, and also we are waiting to be requested by a company. Thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work. I think your presentation was very interesting. And you developed it from your lab, right? The sketches could be turned into 3D, right? And in also experiential program for children, the 3D technique is applied so that children can also know they are only drawing in 2D. And also we are conducting research to transfer the drawings from the 2D to 3D. Research is underway. Thank you so much. He was Jae-hun-san from the KAIST.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
말씀.
Presentation really touchy that you wanted to realize their dreams.
마지막
The last presentation in the exhibition category, AI-based development and composition of exhibitions. AI Futurium, Lee Gyu-jung from National Gwangju Science Museum. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. The floor is yours. AI-based exhibition development and exhibition composition. AI Futurium is the title of my presentation. My name is Lee Gyu-jung. I'm from National Gwangju Science Museum. Our project overview, background, and specialization, and the composition of the event are my table of contents. This is the overview of the project. AI Futurium is themed with experiencing the future AI in the metaverse. It opened on the Science Day, April 21st. This is the background of AI Futurium. The theme of exhibition was AI and communication technology, which provided foundation for AI development, and Gwangju as AI hub and the Mecca for AI technology. This is the direction of our project. The existing theme of exhibition at our museum, convergence between AI and light, sound, and science, was the main theme. We collected various metadata through the exhibition and created DNA special space consisting of content exhibited. And we also tried to create AI smart exhibition based upon the data collected. And to contribute to the creation of AI ecosystem in the city, we supported testbed for AI startups. By using data collected from the exhibition was shared with AI Tower to provide connection between two different types of data. And for specialization, we used the concept of avatar. By using metaverse and virtual reality, we try to project how Gwangju will look in 2040 in the metaverse. AI Futurium has 2 ground floors. On the first floor, there is exhibits that use data sharing. Total 12 exhibits were displayed. On the second floor, there were 15 exhibits. By using QR tag, the exhibition was operated, and by using avatar solution, we displayed 3 types of exhibits. I'll talk about each exhibit. First, login my avatar. When the visitor first enters the AI hall, the visitor can create an avatar. You can see how the process goes on the right-hand side. First, register your avatar and scan the QR code and see the exhibits. Next, career machine. By using K-neighbor algorithm, the solution suggests appropriate career and majors for students. The input data is based on a research paper for content planning and development. Next, teachable machine. By using CNN algorithm, we selected experiential teaching tools. And after selecting teaching tools to be recognized, and when camera is used to see the tools, there were grapes, apples, and tomatoes. When grapes or tomatoes were selected, when the camera was put on cherry tomatoes, the success rate was 50-50. Next, AI tunnel. By using our daily life data, we turned those data into AI data and used artificial neural network to recognize and generate images. We collected height, color of clothing, and the speed of walking of our visitors. You can see how it goes on the right side. You can see the visitor wearing something blue will lead to the display in blue in the hall. And if short students go through this hall, then you will see that these curves are at the lower part of the wall, and when there is a taller visitor, then the curve will be located higher. Next, AI Tower, which was the most representative exhibit of the AI Hall. It is a symbolic exhibit that shows the characteristics of machine learning algorithms. AI data created from our visitors were graphically represented. To analyze and study the changes in the public's perception, we collected primary data. In Korea, in various fields, we are conducting studies of AI, KIMM, and ATRI are developing experiential content based on AI and providing introductory materials about AI. By using and operating AI feature, we are collecting data which will be incorporated into research. By doing so, we will create quality data and services to attract more visitors. And we want to dream about the future where AI becomes part of our lives. AI Futurium, the future where AI is part of our life. That was the theme of my presentation. I will receive questions from the judging panel. We have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. It was about how you created AI Futurium. You opened in April, so it has not been that long. I can imagine that there will be many limitations and constraints, including budget. About budget, we can receive budget for each year. So we went through the first year and second year, and we have received a total of 600 million won for each year. And we've divided the Futurium into 2 different floors. On the first floor, the visitor flow is designed to lead visitors to a certain direction, but we haven't done that on the second floor. But we are providing experiential content on the second floor. And we are having a phased approach. we are collecting outcomes of AI research, but there is not much data that we can provide. That has been one of the challenges to us. We opened AI Futurarium in April, and by November this year, more than 6 million people visited our Gwangju National Museum. We still have some time. Do you have any questions? Then this concludes the presentation of Lee Gyu-jong from Gwangju National Science Museum. We are able to imagine how humans and AI will coexist in the future.
그래서
Let us move on to the education category. So, out of the 6 categories, this education category received the biggest number of applicants, raising our expectations for the presentations to come. The first presentation will be delivered by Hye-rin Go from the Gwangju National Science Museum. She will talk about the education of a scientific investigation unit using immersive experience space. Please go ahead. Hi everyone, my name is Hye-rin Go from National Science Museums in Gwangju. I would like to talk to you about education of a scientific investigation unit using immersive experience space. So the keywords are scientific education and also SCI. As an immersive experience space, I would like to talk to you about the strengths of our program. So here in our National Science Museum, the CSI scientific investigation program would encourage children and visitors to actually initiate investigation on mock-up of a crime scene. So the Gwangju National Science Museum has a thematic educational programs. We do have 12 different thematic science programs, and we first started from imagination room and also creation room, which boils down to 12 thematic scientific education classroom. So each visitor can choose a topic of interest and receive specific education programs. And as you can see from the slide, there is a CSI, Scientific Investigation Team, and also there's a picture taken of the biology lab, and also the learning room, which can learn about the universe, and also there's a room which will tell you and also teach you about the car maintenance. But today I would like to focus on SCI, and it has a concept of the lab of the Professor Chang. That's the name of the mock-up of the crime scene, and the children would learn about legal science. And as you can see, there are police lines which would tell you are not allowed to come in, and also there are white lines which is the outline of the dead body, and also it has all the evidences related to the blood stains and also the numbering marks and the evidence. And the SCI educational program runs for 4 weeks, so it can be held on a regular basis, and also it could be held as a one-time session. And this is based on the story that the visitors, the children, would initiate investigation and solve the case. So every week they come and they are given the mission to narrow down the suspect. There are 4 missions shown, and as they solve each of the missions, they can narrow their suspect one by one. And in the last week, they can finally identify the criminal. And there are many tools being used. So while they are attending classroom, they are also wearing the SCI vest and also hat, as if they are actually SCI team members. And we have purchased the actual equipment used by the SCI, and for identifying the fingerprints, we are using professional stamps, and also in order to identify invisible fingerprints, we also use powder and also magnetic brush. And from the picture in the middle, in order to analyze the blood stain, we use a fake blood liquid, which is very similar to the actual blood of ours. And also we are using the light beam, fluorescent light beam. Not only that, we also have developed our own equipment. When children analyze the coding, we are also using the coding analysis plate in 3D, and also children can carry the SCI bag in which all the equipment are included so that they can analyze the crime scene. So the equipment and also the space would really encourage the children to really focus on what they are doing. So we are calling the impact of a flow. So that by providing the situation and also task, then the participant can think about what they need to do voluntarily, and also they can learn about how to do it. But of course, it's simply providing the missions and also situation would not to give them conditions to flow. So the appropriate level of a task is a must. And also we predetermine the ideal level of students. So when they come, we provide them with appropriate level of mission and also tasks. And also they feel they are rewarded by solving this case and also task. So this is a result. As you can see from the current status of the running this program, up until now, we have completed 4 batches of people for the quarterly program, and also 2 batches of students for special education. So in total, there were 6 batches of people who have completed education, and there's an increasing number of students who are participating in our program. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, up until 2022, it is definitely upward trend. So after completing this program, we conduct a satisfactory survey, and as you can see from this, 95% of the respondents said that they are extremely satisfied with this SCI education program. So this is like an immersive educational program. We could find out that this kind of educational program really increases the impact of education. So we'll now move on to the Q&A session. We have 3 minutes and also 30 seconds. Thank you for your presentation. So among the preliminary judging, maybe SCI classrooms are also operated by the outside National Police Office agency. I would like to know about how did you benchmark those programs? I think your program is very interesting. And when other national museums want to use your programs, how would they benchmark your programs to theirs? So yes, we have built this SCI educational program, and we also ask for help from those who build the scene for filmmaking. And I think the mock-up of the crime scene is very important. So when there are other national science museum which want to benchmark our program, then we definitely need to advise them. And sometimes there's a younger visitors, they are very frightened by crime scenes, so you need to take this into consideration when you set up the mock-up scene. Thank you for your presentation. thematic educational program is very interesting, and also theme itself, the CSI, I think it sounds very interesting. And also, you told us that on the regular session, there are 4 different sessions. I think it is a way to increase revisit, right? So how many number of students can attend this program throughout the year? And you said that you have 12 thematic educational programs, right? So how many people actually take those programs, and is it possible to do that online? So for each classroom, number of students which can be occupied and also size of the room are all different. So in total, 12 of 24 people can take the class. So not only offline, but also online it is possible because we deliver also equipment to their house as well. Thank you so much. So we have about 40 seconds. And do we have more questions? Thank you so much. Heading Go from the Gwangju National Science Museum. Yes, CSI educational program was very interesting. I think I personally want to try out for myself.
두 번.
The second presentation in the category of education, No Han-suk from National Gwacheon Science Museum will present about the development of science learning tools by disability type and their application in education. Good morning, everyone. I am No Han-suk from Gwacheon National Science Museum. I will talk about the development of science learning tools by disability type and their application in education. This is the background of our project. Science education for the disabled is focused on art and sports and easy knowledge and things that can attract their interest. The Ministry of Education released its plan for the 2022 revision of special education curriculum. It was recommended to provide science education to help the disabled to lead better life. There is common and special education curriculum for the visually impaired, and for hearing impairments, we can provide artificial cochlea, and they can attend common schools, but there are still challenges for them because of the lack of science education tools for the disabled. The lack of foundation for science education for the disabled that may further widen the gap in education. To tackle that, we've decided that we have to preemptively develop learning tools for science education for the disabled. We've done some case studies and received advice from the experts to come up with a plan for science learning tools development. Seoul National University, Daegu University, and Hanbit School for the Blind and Seodaemun Welfare Center and Shillong Welfare Center were all participated in our project. This was the first tool that we developed. It was Conciliation Braille Puzzle for the visually impaired. We developed 5 types of puzzles for 4 seasons and the northern sky. We had 4 puzzles for each season, and the size was appropriate for tactile perception. And on the back of the puzzle, there was descriptions for the weak-sighted and general public, and we also provided audio assistance. Secondly, we developed solar system pop-up card and sign language for the solar system. In the solar system, there is sign language for the solar system itself, but not for different planets, including Mars and our Earth. So it was very hard to talk about the solar system's planets with sign language so far. So we developed the sign languages for different planets, and we also created 50 sign language videos, and the solar system pop-up card that can be displayed during class was also developed. Our teaching tools for the visually impaired and for those who have hearing impairments were evaluated by a survey. First, we did this survey with Hanbit School and Jeonbuk School for the visually impaired. The total level of satisfaction was scored at 4.3 out of 5. But there was some lower level of satisfaction for the fall constellation because there were more number of puzzle pieces compared to other seasons. So we decided to make it more clear for the tactile cues, including the size of the points that indicate the stars and the height of the lines. We have received many requests for this kind of development for biology, physics, and chemistry. We conducted the satisfactory survey involving Seoul Samsung School and Meari School. All participants answered that it was very satisfying. About the understanding of the solar system, all schools said that the tools were contributing to heightening the understanding of the solar system among their students. We've received many requests for similar type of tools for biology, revolution, and rotation, and electrical principles or chemical experiments. By using the results from this survey, we developed tactile book for the Northern Sky constellation. And by using the Braille puzzles, we made the tactile book for Cassiopeia and Ursa Major. It was in a three-dimensional format, so when it was touched, the visually impaired can tell what shape the star is and how big it is. We also provided written information and audio assistance for both the impaired and normal citizens. There was the most request for biology, and this project was taking place during the pandemic. We developed sign language, but we tried to cater for the social issues, which was infection. So we developed sign language for infection. QR codes were used to provide subtitles and also sign language. By using the survey results and our tools, we provided these classes at schools. We explained about the Northern Sky constellation, and we used tactile books to let students to touch the book, and we also used our Braille puzzles during the science class. We offered science class at the special school for the deaf. We explained about solar system sign language, and we also used solar system pop-up cards and animal and plant Jenga. During this class, our greatest success was how this class was operated. If you see the left, most of the deaf schools will have classes that need improvement, but in most cases, only a single science teacher leads the class. If you see the classroom, there is a teacher and sign language interpreter and a scientist all in the room. So scientist provided the lecture, and the sign language interpreter interpreted the lecture so that students can understand. If a common science teacher provides this type of class, the hearing impairment students had hard time understanding the lecture, but this format of operation is one of the most successful cases. Let me talk about how these tools are being used. So far, we experienced the lack of science teaching tools, and there has been a lot of requests. So we developed 3 types of Northern Sky Constellation tactile books, which will be distributed to the special schools. And we also referred to the exemplary cases of advanced countries. And our tactile books will be incorporated into the sign language educational book for secondary schools. People with intellectual impairment and physical impairment will be able to visit the science hall for all people, and also a science museum will also use our tool, and the tools will also be displayed at the booth of our Science Day event too. The time is up. Please give her another big round of applause. Thank you.
네, 비교적 접근성이 취약하고 소외되어 있는
She talked about development of teaching tools for the vulnerable and for those who have visual and hearing impairment.
교육부
Now let us move on to the last presentation under the education category. The speaker is going to talk about mission solving program using scientific tools. She, Mystery Laboratory. The speaker is Seung-hae Choi from Seoul Science Center. Please go ahead. Good morning. I'm Seung-hae Choi from Seoul Science Center. I'll be talking about mission solving program using scientific tools, She Mystery Laboratory. This is the table of contents for my presentation. And this is the planning behind. We believe that scientific national museums is one of the representative organization which can promote scientific education. And I believe that education to be delivered by National Science Museum would include education, engage, entertain, which we could not do it at all during the COVID-19 pandemic. As we restore our normal lives from the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to think about then how can we promote education, engage, and also entertain, as well as identifying additional values. So for educating the science, we try to apply the theory of gamification. So in developing the new program, we had to aim at utilizing the very basic measurement and also observatory equipment, which is a very basic equipment tool for science. And we thought that maybe we need to make it more fun and more enjoyable for participants. As you can see, this is the flow, and this is more like a brainstorming image. So we had to further develop it, and also we had to spend about 2 months for planning, and I would like to elaborate more on that. So one of the most important things for us to do was to select experimental equipment to make sure that the visitors can experience a lot of things. So with people whose majors the physics, chemicals, and chemistry, and also biology, and also earth science, we had to choose which equipment to choose. And also the commonality is that participants need to be able to exactly read instructions and need to be understanding. And also it needs to be linked with the next missions coming up. And also the final value for the result needs to be very clear. And also as those equipment need to be repetitively used by the followers, we had to choose the equipment which we can easily reorganize. So we had to consistently hold a series of meetings, and also the color result was very clear, but the liquid that we had to use was, some of them was acid, and also some of them was alkaline, so we had to put lots of considerations into using the liquid, and also we had to really think about how we can make instructions very clear for our participants, and also as well as about the result of the experimentation, numerical values, colors, and everything. So we had to sit together and to review all that. So 8 equipment were selected. So using the scientific equipment, this is a mission to really trace the evidence, and we needed to develop the scenario as well. And the most appropriate scenario was related to infection by the virus. So this game starts from the point where the participants are infected by virus, and also you need to find antidotes and also the solutions to close the case. And you need to also solve the case by putting password, and then once you solve it, then the next instruction will be given, and next equipment will be given, and the final password will be given. And of course, we had to manufacture and develop operational equipment. And in the past, we could just easily do that, but we had to fix a specific type of scientific equipment. And for example, we had to come up with a polarizing plate and also diffraction grid. And also for the infrared imaging camera, we had to make a heat plate to hide a specific type of evidence. And also we had to also give lots of considerations when we design our spaces. We had to think about the firefighting shutter, and also we had to set up 2 different sets of space, and we had to set the configuration for users. And according to do that, we had to display our equipment for the heat imaging surfaces. I think that the size of the heat imaging camera was quite big, and also we had to choose different places for each different equipment. And as you can see, there is a mock-up on your right hand side at the bottom for the spatial mock-up. And also we could make the introductory video, and also how to use each scientific equipment. In order to solve the mission, we also had to apply the lockers and also where to store this equipment. Not only that, we also made the panels, and also which include the background, and also we stuck the instructions onto the panel, and also we had to make a special background for the space in order to really force the immersive environment. And we had to also install the green lights, as well as the playing the mysterious music as a BGM. We also conducted the final round of a rehearsal with those who participated in selecting scientific equipment, as well as the members from the different departments. And as we were conducting the rehearsals, we had to really check whether we chose appropriate scientific equipment, and also whether participants could clearly understand the instructions, and also how much it takes. And also we had to clearly draw the configuration for users. And also we first introduced this program during the summer holiday as a staff editor, which include also the National Science Museums from different regions, as well as the Seoul Science Centers. So that would include the 5 different institutions around the Norwon area. This is like an experiential area. When they paid a visit to Science Museum, this was first introduced as an experiential program for those who are above 3rd grade in their primary school. In total, so many children participated in this program. As you can see, there are students who are checking the color, and also who are trying to find their password using the optical microscope. So this program was conducted on a pilot basis during the summer program very successfully, and this was launched officially for the program over the weekend, and so we named this program as a She Mysterious program. And also this is installed in the experiential center in Seogyo in Mapu-gu area. And unlike people had to make a reservation, here in the booth people could just instantly come and participate, and binocular was not provided, and also we had to hear the instructions near the desk. And of course this area was near the Hongik University, meaning that there were many adults who also participated in the program, and they said that it was very enjoyable. So it was proven that this program is suitable not only for the children but also adults and also for older generation. I think this program has a strength that it provides very good environment for people to enjoy science. So we are going to display appropriate scientific equipment more and more, and we're going to add the storytellings as well. And this is a reaction from the visitors. It was very new, and it was very a miracle to see something that we cannot see with our bare eyes. Of course, it was difficult to know how to use the scientific tool, but it was very enjoyable to play the game with the friends. And in the process of solving missions, the participants can experience what it would be like to solve scientific problems. And also it has a great strength that people can naturally experience the scientific equipment. And also we are going to also develop a variety of different scientific educational programs. And also this is one of my favorite pictures. After completing the program, a student said that she wanted to see it again, that's why she returned to our site. So I think it really speaks for itself that we developed our program so well, and we felt rewarded. So this program was developed by a lot of researchers, and my major is biology. And by also developing this program, I also measured the resistance value. Thank you so much for your presentation, Seung-Hwa Choi from Seoul Science Center. So they gamified how to use the scientific tools. I think it was very new idea. I really enjoyed your presentation.
행사 부분 발표.
Next, we will move on to the event category. Many private companies participated in this category. It will be more interesting if you could think about how public sector's events differ from the private sector's events. The first presentation in this category, we have Kang Shin-chul from Alien Lab. The title is Seeing Myself in the Space, Libet and Hubble. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. You can give me a big hand. I am Kang Shin-chul. I am in charge of planning at Alien Lab. You may wonder why a private company is attending this symposium. I am doing my doctor's studying in science and space. That is why I am attending this event. This is the poster of our play. The title of the play is Seeing Myself from the Space, Libet and Hubble. You can see that it is called a science play at planetarium. Have you visited planetarium? I think many of you have visited planetarium or even operated planetarium. Science play at planetarium has been one of the events that should have been provided at planetarium earlier. Where do you go if you want to see the stars at night? You will find some place dark. What about during the day? You have to go to the opposite side of the planet. That is not possible realistically. That is why we can visit planetarium to see the stars during the day. Then what location should you go to see the stars from the past? Also planetarium because it shows the stars from the past. So we made a play about Leavitt and Hubble to talk about we people, the stars of the past. So this play is about everyone, not just the two astronomists. By using the stage and the planetarium space at the same time, if you have visited the planetarium, you can imagine how beautiful the space is and the amazing feeling that you get to have when you see the stars. Planetarium is a very attractive space because it can stimulate science culture. Culture and art is concentrated in the metropolitan area because it is hard to move all the equipment to other areas because that is very expensive. But we already have 132 planetariums across the country. The convergence between science and art is increasing. We are doing projection mapping and we are using AR and VR technology during performances. It costs a lot of money to use all these technologies. When you try to invite other plays or performances to your installation, you will realize that that is too expensive. However, planetarium already is equipped with high resolution projector sound system and astronomical simulation program, and it also offers very comfortable viewing environment. The seats can be reclined. When you see the play theater, the seats are not really comfortable, but planetarium is different. We used the format of play because science was all about knowledge and science as an outcome. But unlike other genres, play involves actors and actresses who play on the stage right in front of the audience. Audience can feel the performance how the performers are feeling. So the level of knowledge the audience has does not matter. The audience can be fully immersed. They will not think about whether the discovery made by Hubble makes sense. That is the strength of play. We chose Leavitt and Hubble for our play. Why Leavitt and Hubble? You might wonder that. Hubble is a well-known figure. People know about Hubble telescope and Hubble principles. But before Hubble made that discovery, the female astronomist Leavitt also made amazing discoveries, but she is not well known to people. So we try to tell stories about Hubble by associating it with Leavitt's story. At the bottom, there is a review written by one of the audience. This audience said that the play that led the visitor to learn about Leavitt who was not well known. When we think about the space, we can feel that ourselves are not meaningful. We are too small. But space is much more than that. That is why we call it cosmos. If something breaks out of the order in the cosmos, then the whole cosmos can collapse. That is why we titled the play as Viewing Myself from the Space. Until we opened this play, we cooperated with many experts and organizations to produce a video. We got many help from the experts at KYWA And we are a national science museum. We are a national organization, so we had to receive support from the National Hwacheon Science Museum and the Committee for Culture and Art. The duration of this play was 30 minutes, and that play was followed by 30 minutes of dialogue with the audience. This can be a good reference to those who are also planning to create this kind of play or performance. As a result, we received 4.6 score at our satisfaction survey. And the comment that the audience did not even imagine that it was possible to turn the planetarium into a space for a play. The audience felt that this kind of new content can also be realized at planetarium. So it provided a new interpretation of planetarium as a space, and I think that corresponds to the theme of this symposium as well. What we want to do is two things. We want to spread the content of science and culture through planetarium. Recently in Las Vegas Sphere was opened. It was worth $2.4 billion. We want to release our play there too. There are so many stories of scientists and astronomists. We want to tell their story at our planetarium too. These are the people and experts that helped us to open this play. I would like to ask for your cooperation as well so that we can expand our science. We have 1 minute and 60 seconds for questions. Thank you for such an insightful presentation. At planetarium in the future, if you release more plays, are you planning to, is there any way to use scientific principles, not just about scientists in the performance? In our play, we did mention how Hubble calculated the distance to Andromeda Galaxy. We have a system that can put that on the stage. We have 25 seconds left. Is it impossible to stage that play indoor? If there is a bigger space that can be realized, I think we are discussing that too. You ended right on time. Thank you very much.
네, 리비트와 허블의
The story of Leavitt and Hubble as a science play. The convergence of science and art was really impressive.
두 번째
And then let us move on to the second presentation under the event category. The next speaker is Chang Hyun-baek from Busan National Science Museum, and the speaker is going to talk about various events introduced by Busan National Science Museum as a hub of science and culture. My name is Chang Hyun-baek, a researcher who belongs to National Science Museum, but as a part of the exchange program, I am currently working for Busan National Science Museum. As I was preparing for the paper, we came to apply for the category event, which would include a pop-up exhibition and also innovative invitational event and also workshops. So we would like to also introduce to you about what we have achieved so far. So Min-sung Kim is on her maternity leave, and also I worked with Jin Lee and also Sang Jun Lee. This is the content of my presentation, and also maybe I need to just use my time to focus on one event out of three, and then I will just move on to the future direction. So the Busan National Science Museum opened its door in December 2015. So as a hub of the southeast region of Korea, it plays its role. And also there are 10 small science museums in the southeast area. We want to serve ourselves as a hub, a national science museum. And also the topic of our exhibition mainly is related to transportation, and because Busan is known for transportation and also logistics, and it mainly displays the vessels, automobiles, and also aircraft. And as it is very difficult for us to come to the high technology with that, maybe we need to have the topic as the topic of our special exhibition, and it takes about 2 to 3 years to exhibit that technology. That's why we came to hold as a pop-up event. And there are 4 core values. One of it is sharing for science and culture, and also not only the visitors but also all the stakeholders who are involved in science museum. We want to have the programs for everyone. So as is released by newspaper for digital transformation, we advise, we collaborate with outsiders, and also all the members of the Busan National Science Museum have a past examination on AI, and also the exhibition research department is making its efforts to renew exhibition space. And as we are dedicated to events, we want to identify additional participants, and also there were financial difficulties for us as well. So other than the visitors, we had to also think about the stakeholders here and how we can co-develop the content and how we can come together to display the exhibit. So recipients of the exhibitions not only include the visitors but also include the staff members of the National Science Museums as well as private companies. And we want to maximize the use of the equipment owned by the Busan National Science Museum, and we came to hold a series of the events. And I will first move on to the pop-up event. And there was the week of the science, and we planned a pop-up exhibition for a satellite, and we first picked up the words related to the universe, because my major is not related to satellite but the astronomy. So I asked the ChatGPT, I want to hold a pop-up exhibition about the satellite, and what should I do first? And these are the answers given by the ChatGPT. And also we used images of the moon, and also the left-hand side the picture is drawn by the Day2. And as we did not have financial resources for the operation, once you scan the QR code, then you can listen to the exhibition commentary. And also about 32,000 people visited, and we also participated in one of the educational program held by Science Park, and we promised to collaborate further. These are the short video clip about the exhibition space. All the lines that you can see is a track of the satellite. I see that there are more satellites than the stars that we can see. And also what's interesting is that the projectile, which is carried by Nuri, a satellite. So I wanted to cast a question that how many satellites do we have? How many satellites are flying over our head? There's a red line. Red line refers to the meteorological, the satellite, and up until up to 100 kilometers from the ground, that is a space that we can launch our satellite. And JWST, you can see the model of a CAN satellite, and Kari is holding the CAN competition, and how we are making the cube satellite. What's a shame for us was that We promised to bring the mock-up of the satellite, but we could not get hold of it, so we had to just make a mock-up ourselves. So next year, we are going to launch the satellite in collaboration with NASA. And also the Agent GPT, ChatGPT were used for planning over this pop-up event. And also I had to take off some of the posters, and even some children approached it and also left the scribbles. And we had to think about how we can better share our know-hows with other regional science national museums, for example, 9 of them. And also we are planning for this year, and also we have invited a professor from the Busan University, and also we have enhanced our effort for the exhibition. And the third budget was 15 million and innovative invitational exhibition. So it was all about inviting the innovative technology. You can see empty spot. So that space I used to have a reception desk, but we removed and turned it into exhibition space. And also this is a company which received like award from the CES 2023 from a region. So the education, IT, innovation, in those sectors, we invited those companies which could not attend the CES. And this exhibition was well received by visitors, and this is participation by age group. And also, as you can see, the orange refers to lower grades in the primary school, and red high in primary. And also more than 60% of the respondents said that they are satisfied by this exhibition, and also they are satisfied the change in the exhibition space. And we just continuously collaborate with the outsiders by signing the MOUs. And also this exhibition really garnered attention from private sector as well. Many also companies asked us how we can go to the CES. And also there's a workshop for working level people in the exhibition sector. And we are going to hold the workshop for satellites. And also this became a very good opportunity for private sector to come. And also the exhibition was released by newspapers. And this invitational workshop is going to be held next year. We are going to hold more pop-ups next year. And also the invitational exhibition is being held now. And also we are going to also hold the exhibition for the project to be completed this year. As the content of the satellite is very good, we shared it on our website, and also using the generative AI, I have presented this on this topic. So we are thinking over holding another workshop on this topic as well. We have a 50 seconds. Do you have a question? No question? Thank you. Chang Hyun-bae from Busan National Science Museum. Ranging from the workshops to the exhibitions, as he has explained about different programs.
The last presentation of this category. We have Seo from Alien Lab. The title is Play Quantum Warfare. Good morning, everyone. I am Seo, the CEO of Alien Lab. I am also an actor and a composer. Coincidentally, we are presenting about our 2 plays as a private company. And I also want to apologize for having 2 presentations by ourselves. In this science hall in last May, I played the role of Einstein in our play. And now I am presenting about this play, so it gives me mixed feelings. Our play is about quantum mechanics. As our staff Kang Shin-chul talked about, science performers and communicators have created Alien Lab. We've launched 5 plays within a short period of time. That is quite a high number of plays in that period of time. The theme of our plays is science, which is a new attempt. And we received many support from the communities of science and art. Starting from quantum warfare, we are going to stage the launch series 6 months before the launch, 3 hours before the launch, and seeing myself from the space and the temperature of memory, which will be taking part in after this symposium. The intention behind this play is what is the real, because when the quantum mechanics was first invented, there was a lot of confusion because scientists were confused because quantum mechanics required them to break away from their conventional beliefs. Bohr and Einstein are the protagonists. 1927 Solvay Conference was the key event that made us create this play. We are going to stage larger plays that feature these scientists. When quantum mechanics was first invented, Einstein's achievements were threatened and refused. As you know, the theory of relativity of Einstein faced many oppositions and criticism, and when the world first learned about quantum mechanics, Einstein was quite critical about quantum mechanics. So we tried to tell the stories about scientists, about how they felt when these new principles emerged. Last year marked the centenary of the Copenhagen Research Institute. Many people know about Schrödinger's cat. In our play, we used the body of our actors to let people know what is the key message of this experiment. Our play is about quantum mechanics, which is a very difficult concept that requires 1 year throughout the 3rd year of college to learn. We try to utilize the characteristics of a play and object that we use during the play to provide more intuitive indication of what quantum mechanics is about. And we've enjoyed many achievements. In the science community, we received many support and assistance. And I have been in the art community during my entire career, and this convergence between the two communities is very positive to the both communities and to myself as well. Einstein's experiment is now being portrayed by actors and actresses, and the performers are also showing how the scientists felt during the time of confusion and how Einstein collapsed after the emergence of these new principles. We were selected as the best content by the Creative Foundation too. We are working with audio experts, light experts, and stage experts. We've accumulated some know-how. I visited science museums a lot when I was a kid. And there is a perception that science museums offer content for kids. But we want to let people know that science museums are actually for all people. And I want to tell people that if you visit science museums, you will be able to enjoy all different kinds of content. While staging this play, we felt rewarded that we proved the value of science culture. We are going to continue to create this science and culture content. Please contact us for collaboration, and please give us your insights too, so that science can become a type of culture that people can enjoy and that can attract students not just as part of formal education but as part of their leisure. We will continue to produce follow-up content and plays too. Our biggest dream is to make science culture content for the world. Most of the science culture content is concentrated in Europe. Our content we want to introduce our content to overseas, and we are going to produce this type of content to stimulate intellectual curiosity of people, and we are going to continuously operate the convergence content between science and art. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We will receive questions. Do you have any question? Thank you very much for your presentation. The previous presentation from also Alien Lab, you've had 2 presentations about 2 different content. As the first one was a reinterpretation of planetarium, and this content, quantum warfare, is about how scientists fell when quantum mechanics was first mentioned. If you compare those 2 plays, which one received better response from the public? Quantum warfare used the strengths of play, which is direct interaction with the audience, which allows continuous development. I don't want to say which one was successful. Quantum warfare had higher accessibility because we were able to visit different locations to stage our play, so we had better accessibility, I guess. We have 1 minute left. If there is no further question, please give him a big hand once again. The presentation was also about a science play. The storyline about the emotions that scientists felt, which was very new and interesting.
첫 번째 세션
We are going to end the first part of the ISSM contest. We are going to have a short break, and from 11 a.m. we will start with the presentations for the categories of operation, communication, and design.
you know that I need somebody like you? Don't you know that I need somebody that's true? It's a miracle you need someone too. 'Cause I know that I need somebody like you. And you know we all need somebody, need someone to make it through. In the end we all need somebody, so love someone until you do. Don't you know that I need somebody like you? In the end we all need somebody, so love someone until you do. Don't you know that I need somebody like you? Don't you know that I need somebody that's true?
네, ISSM 컨테스트 2023 두 번째 세션을 진행하기에 앞서서 오늘 첫 번째 핫타임 이벤트 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
So we are going to start the first round of lucky draw before we begin the second session of ISSM pitch competition. We are going to pick up the lucky winners to give you a $30 Starbucks gift card.
후에
After the contents, you can go to the reception desk to receive your gift. We are going to see who are the winners. Congratulations, 종모 2405, 호영 1881, 한선 5224. Congratulations, please visit the desk after the session to receive your Starbucks gift card. The desk will be closed at 5 p.m. Please make sure that you visit the desk before that. We are going to start the presentations for the operation and communication and design categories. Let's continue with presentations, the second session.
So the first speaker is So Min-kwon from the Daegu National Science Museum. She's going to talk about immersive scientific play commentary program in a planetarium. Bizarre adventure is on topic. Please go ahead with your presentation. Good morning. I'll be talking about immersive scientific play commentary program, Bizarre Adventure. So I first would like to talk to you about how we planned this program. We had two purposes in our mind, and first one was to increase the utilization of the planetarium and also remodeling. So as of November 2022, the planetarium was renewed, and also thanks to the renewal, we could improve the quality of the resolution of the image and also sound, and also we could hold another type of simulation. And also, I would like to talk to you about audience responsive system. So when the master of event post the narration, and the respondent will be given a number pad, and the visitors can choose a number. So I think this would increase the interaction between the master of the ceremony and also the visitors. And the next one is the immersive theater. So mostly the commentary program focuses on simply delivering information which limits interaction among the visitors. And we had to talk about how we can improve the interaction, and then we came to decide we need to apply immersive theater. So it speaks for itself. It is immersive theater. So participants will participate in the theater itself, and they become the part of the story and also play. And that would increase the dialogue and also interaction, so that they can really experience the space and also universe in the planetarium. So by combining these two different reasons behind our commentary program, turns a planetarium into a very creative space. So not really unilaterally delivering information. The participants will be given opportunities to really utilize their knowledge that they have gained. And I would like to talk to you about how we have developed this bizarre adventure. There are three important elements. One of it is a story, and the second one is to use the respondent responsive system, and also we have also added the interpretation of the constellations. So this program is composed of 5 different parts. So there's a mission given by the cat teacher, and the adventure starts, and then the visitors will face a crisis, and also the visitors will look for Polaris, and then finally the visitors will land at an island. And they are given a mission to really find a constellation, And also there's a shepherd boy, which is like a guide, and they come to talk about the mission that they're given. And we have chosen the narrator as the shepherd boy because that shepherd boy is a region of constellations. And also the visitors and audiences will be given an opportunity to solve the issue, and also the visitors can find the polaris using the responsive system, and also they can find the hint. And also when they finally deliver the laughter, then they complete the task. So not only about interacting, but also the narrator and also visitors can continuously communicate with each other. And the main audiences are children, and they can experience the adventures and also task-solving processes. And let me talk to you about the performance of a bizarre adventure. We have conducted a satisfactory survey, and we have asked 330 visitors. And as you can see, most of them gave us very positive opinions, and satisfactory level recorded over 90%. It means that the visitors were really satisfied with our programs. And in more detail, they found a new format of the program very interesting because the commentary program normally delivers information, but as we provided an opportunity to experience and to utilize the knowledge that they have gained. And also 83% of the respondents said that this program needs to be independently developed, and also they asked us to expand the scope of our scenario. And also we found out that this kind of new commentary program improved the satisfactory level of visitors. This is the future plan for utilization and also expectations. There are 3 plans for us. The first one is to expand the program for scientific play commentary. And this bizarre adventure takes about 10 minutes. And according to the survey factory, respondents said that it needs to be independently operated. So we are going to add more interactive elements so that the visitors can have opportunity to experience the scientific programs. And also another measure to improve is to expand the extend age limit even to target those who are in different age groups, so that many people can have experience about the celestial and also constellations. So we need to conduct further research in order to target different age groups. And also we are going to consider other age groups, and we are going to further provide various different types of the programs. And also for small planetarium, it is very much so that they are suffering the financial resources and also human resources. But then in the midst of difficulties, we have a script, and also this script can be retrieved, and also it can be provided. And of course, it is the best if you have a responsive system, and even if you do not, commentators and also visitors can communicate with each other, and it can be better distributed this way in any way. So there are expectations from this program. There's a diversity of a spatial use of the planetarium. The planetarium can be used as a venue for play and also scientific programs. So this is not a space for observing the universe, but it is turned into multi-purpose space by combining different roles. And also it has so much potential to develop further programs. And also the second one is the efficiency of operation. So the speaker before me talked about the scientific play, but we place more focus on operational efficiency. And independently, we do not have any financial difficulties in hiring and also developing scientific plays, because it is developed in a simulation so that we can further develop the programs for different topics, and also having one narrator is enough to run this program. So this concludes my presentation about the Bizarre Adventure, especially scientific commentary program. Thank you so much. We have 1 minute and 56 seconds. Do you have questions? So I think it's a very good idea to distribute your idea to a small size planetarium. It has scalability. And how are you going to provide education for narrators, right? If one narrator needs to take the lead in this program, I think that education issue is very important. And I think commentator has already minimal level of knowledge to give comments about the planetarium, but as this is a part of a play, so you might find it difficult to take the lead, but there's nothing to worry because the audiences are the protagonists and also commentators remain as the side characters. So there's a very minimum level of helping hand that the commentator needs to provide. 51 seconds. Do you have a question? If there's no question, please give Soo-Min Kwon from the Daegu National Science Museum with a big hand. Yes, she has talked about how to apply immersive theater onto a planetarium scientific commentary program. Thank you so much.
운영
The second presentation in operation category, we have Kim Hee-chul from National Science Museum. It is about Korea's first lunar lander, Go to the Place Where I Choose. Please welcome him with a big hand. I want to apologize first because I am presenting 2 times. Next time I'll try to only give one presentation. One good content. What type of impact it can have is my topic. The title is Korea's first lunar lander, Go to the Place Where I Choose. This will be my content. As you know, August 5th last year, Korea's first lunar lander was launched. National Science Museum from August 2nd to October 3rd, we had a special exhibition on lunar expedition. There was an interesting event. Korea announced that it will launch the first lunar lander of Korea in 2031, but the roadmap changed and the target year now is 2032. The event was about having people guessing about the location of the landing on the moon. The location information on the moon surface was entered into this system, and the visitor could magnify any spot they wanted. And there's latitude information, and they wrote their contact information to give words to the people who guessed the location most closely. Do you see Apollo 11 at the middle? The shadow is the shadow of Apollo 11, and the next image shows how Apollo 17 moved around on the moon. Visitors who are interested search for this site to have more magnified view. We have many images like this, and we analyzed the images and projected them onto the lunar coordinates. We analyzed 4,000 data, and we also analyzed why the visitors thought that that will be the lunar landing location. The first impression that I had was that we have to teach our kids how to write letters. There are memes and new words that the young generation uses. And there were some really well-written texts too. We put them in Excel data sheet and we did triple check to prevent any error. We projected the data onto lunar coordinates. We used selenographic coordinate system in the middle on the moon surface. We could project different coordinates as points. We used the rear side of the moon and used coordinates on that side. If we make this area flat, then there will be error because the size changes. If we use Mercator projection method, there will be more errors. So we tried cylinder type projection method to avoid error. The US, to land on the moon, it launched Surveyor spaceship. These are the location of this spaceship, and the Soviet Union also sent lunar spaceship. These are the locations of the ship. The US also launched Apollo 17. These are the locations of that spaceship's landing. China sent Chang'e spaceship. It can be magnified like this. And you can see that the spot was marked by Surveyor 1 or other spaceships. We converted and projected 4,000 coordinates guessed by our visitors. This excited me. We didn't randomly distributed coordinates to our visitors. You can see that there are some concentrations at certain locations, which shows that visitors actually thought about the most likely locations of lunar landing. We call these areas as seas of the moon. There are seas of rain, seas of serenity, silence, and crisis. And there are well-known craters. You can see that the coordinates are concentrated on those two craters. There were more people who guessed that the center location will be the right location. And there are mountainous areas, but more coordinates were concentrated on the sea area of the moon. By using this data, soon we will be celebrating the first year anniversary of the launch of Tanuri. Before the 1 year anniversary, we are going to use the data we collected from this event by sharing the data with our Science Museum's social media channel. For the past year, I have shared our data with Korea Aerospace Research Institute, and the team lead who is responsible for this project at the institute replied me within 10 minutes. He said that it is really interesting. And actually, the institute is now trying to locate the exact spot where the lunar orbiter will arrive at the moon. And these potential locations will be shared through our social network. Last year, Korea launched its first lunar orbiter, and last year marked the 30th anniversary of the launch of Korea's first satellite. Three models of Tanuri were displayed at the museum, and the event of guessing the lunar landing locations attracted not only adults but also teenagers. The special exhibition on lunar expedition was also displayed at the National Assembly and also at National Gwangju Science Museum. We also supported the exhibition that was related to Tanuri. The event of guessing the lunar landing location was easily accessible by all age groups, and it contributed to building public awareness about space development. in 2032, Korea's first lunar lander will be launched. And recently, 500 billion won of budget has been approved. Korea is now planning its roadmap to put the Korean national flag on Mars by 2045. For your information, the gift that we prepared for this event was because this lunar lander will be using Korean-made vehicle and it will be launched by Korean-made launch pad. When the launch happens, I will tell the different presidents of the institute to invite the winner of this event to the launch event. If you can guess the most probable location, please send that coordinate to my email. We have 30 seconds. Thank you for the great presentation. It was really interesting. Content-wise, the theme can contribute to communicating with citizens. I wonder why this presentation was included in the operation category. Sorry, but the time is up. I'll talk to you in person after the contest. Please give him a big hand. The exhibition took place when Korea's first lunar orbiter Danuri was launched. It contributed significantly to promoting Danuri.
마지막
Let me move on to the last presentation under the operation category. The speaker is Hyun Park from Gwacheon National Science Museum. He is going to talk about the promoting the Open Week, which aims at reusing the exhibit. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hyun-woo Park, Assistant Director from the Exhibition Operation Department at the Gwacheon National Science Museum. I would like to introduce to you about Open Week, which aims at encouraging the reuse of exhibits. So this is a table of content, planning behind, the purposes behind what's the Open Week, and also the actual cases of Open Week, and also future directions and also expectations. First, let me move on to how we came to hold this Open Week. This is the result of the disposing the exhibit. The disposal rate was only around 1.2%. Why so low? Its exhibition space wants the structure inside to meet the needs of the each different exhibition, and many people say that there will be no point of reusing exhibits that are already reused by other exhibition spaces. And so normally we just send a letter to identify whether there is a demand for reusing our exhibits. It turned out to be not so effective and also efficient. So maybe we came to think that maybe we need to think of a program to transfer exhibits to other national museums. This is the concept of Open Week. What is Open Week? So Open Week is all about identifying the demand for used exhibits and also provides open consulting to the organizations in need. So this is all about demand survey and what was changed thanks to this Open Week. So normally there's no consistency and also efficiency in transferring the exhibit to other organizations. So there's a lack of explanations behind. And also, there are not many organizations in need of these exhibits, meaning that there's also lack of demand as well as lack of number of administrative days. And we first decided to distribute very systematic explanations behind the exhibit. And among the organizations which joined National Science Museums in Korea, we conducted a survey to identify demand. And we could reduce the number of days taken for administrative matters for transferring the exhibit. So this is the flow of the open week. We first identified the target exhibit and also start preparatory work. We hold an open week and also consult with the organizations in charge about the transferring. And then we also do initiate transferring. And let me talk to you about the actual use cases of our open week. So in order to efficiently promote this project, the person in charge of the exhibition and operation, we sent a letter so that they could see all the information very clearly. So, for example, 24 different types of the exhibits, our target, and we have conducted a survey to identify demand among 108 institutions, and also 4 organizations wanted to receive 7 different exhibits. And it is equal to 35% of the exhibits being transferred. So, of course, the number 1.3% was largely increased to 35% of the transferring of the exhibit, which is the reuse of the exhibit. Now, let me turn to the future directions and also expectations. As we conducted this open week, we found out that there are difficulties among organizations in need because they want the same exhibit. In order to not to repeat this kind of difficulties, we are going to give the 8 different organization number so that they can first get the chances to select the exhibit. And also we are considering to use a common system among national science museums, and we are also distributing information about the exhibits that we can transfer. But this way of doing things would require constant monitoring, and also maybe toward the end of the open week, we might come to secure very valuable exhibits. So we have proposed to use a common system amongst the National Science Museums. And yes, also the umbrella organization said that this is a good idea. And also, we are planning to expand the scope of organizations in charge according to the Act on the exhibitions management on exhibits. Normally, the organizations in need is limited to national and also non-profit organizations, but maybe we need to expand the scope of recipient organizations to include the private organizations. So in collaboration with central national museums, we are going to carry out joint project to set up standards to manage the exhibits from 2024, so that private institutions, private museums can also save the cost. And by reusing the exhibits, we can save a budget, and also for national museums with the lack of financial resources, they can get hold of the physical asset to display the exhibit, and also this creates a virtuous cycle, and also this would create the foundation for cooperative exchange culture. And also we can minimize creating a waste by transferring reused exhibit to other national museums. Thank you so much. Do you have questions? We have 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Thank you for your presentation. So for the operation of national museums, I think your presentation just really befits the topic of the operation, which is also in line with the ESG as well. And also Sejong Arboretum also uses the program called Open Week, and also we even lend exhibits to private facilities. And you told us that you are going to carry out this program with the National Science Museum. Maybe you need to also expand the scope of collaboration to include a private sector so that you can increase also the reuse of the exhibits going over 35%. So this is a comment, not a question. Thank you so much. Do you have more questions, comments? If so, please give Hyunwoo Park with a big round of applause. He is from Gwacheon National Science Museum. Yes, just to befit the topic of our environment, he thought about the environmental issues of the exhibit.
알겠습니다.
Next is communication category. The first presentation of this category will be delivered by Yang Hwae-jung from National Gwacheon Science Museum. The title is 2023 National Gwacheon Science Museum Brand Event Carbon Signal PR Video. 2023 National Gwacheon Science Museum Brand Event Carbon Signal PR Video is the theme of my presentation. For 3 years, our museum involved all of its staff members to organize this exhibition event. I am Yang Hwae-jung from National Gwacheon Science Museum. The PR video shows the key message of our brand event in order to attract as many visitors as possible to our museum. I will talk about the overview of this event and the theme of the event. Carbon signal is about the desperate signal from carbon, which got a bad rap. In this year, from April 13th to August 20th, we held this exhibition for about 3.5 months. We have exhibition hall with an area of 1,300 square meters. We targeted at households who have elementary school kids. The entrance fee was free. The event attracted about 80,000 visitors, and more than 3,000 people listened to our interpretation of the docent. The key point of this exhibition was kinetic art, and whale figures were displayed. Whale represents block carbon. Visitors took selfies in front of the display. This part of the exhibition was the most crowded. The third image is one of my favorite pictures from our event. This kid, who is second grade at elementary school, is sitting in front of the panel that explains about this event. He took notes and he asked many questions to our staff and our docent. The killing curve was the theme of this exhibition. The killings in Hawaii, Maui, drew this curve that shows how climate change has been developed. The curve has been used as has been providing momentum for scientists and geologists to continue their research on climate change. Carbon neutrality, climate change, and carbon signal. These words themselves make us feel tired when we watch TV. We always hear about how serious climate change is, and we always see these images of polar bear. And there are some drastic words like emergency declaration for climate change. In this situation, at both home and abroad, there are many exhibitions about climate change. London Science Museum held Our Future Planet. Sweden Science Museum is now hosting Carbon Ruins, and it will have a tour globally. In Korea as well, there have been many climate change and carbon neutrality related exhibitions. Our museum also hosted Climate Change Act Now, and Gwangju Science Museum also held the same event. Daegu, Gwangju, and Busan Science Museums had a joint exhibition about climate change and carbon neutrality. If we look at these exhibitions, most of these events talk about how carbon is the main culprit behind climate change, and carbon is described as something to be eliminated. But is it really? No. Our exhibition was about carbon that got bad rap because of climate change and carbon neutrality. These are the intentions behind our event, Carbon Signal. We first try to attract attention, and we also try to correct the misconception about carbon, to correct people's knowledge, and to increase understanding of people about carbon, and to let them have neutral perspective of carbon, to ultimately attract people to act on these issues and to be responsible as citizens in the carbon neutral society. The event was composed of 5 themes. First is curiosity about carbon circulation system, and Anthropocene and species in the brink of extinct, and the solutions we found, carbon and coexistence. So the flow was like to find about how carbon was created and about the carbon circulation system and so on. The goal of this event was to remove the prejudice against carbon, to raise awareness on the scientific properties of carbon, and to raise awareness on the true causes of climate change. By doing so, we tried to spread the fundamental solutions to climate change and carbon neutrality. We also made efforts to change people's perception so that they can engage in bringing post-carbon neutral society. So our PR video was designed to attract people's engagement in these activities about carbon neutrality and to raise understanding and to spread this issue to as many people as possible. Our solution was to target families who have kids attending lower grades of elementary schools. So we made an animation type video as our PR video. So it is quite different from conventional type of event PR videos. Conventional type of this kind of video is mostly composed of images, but we used animation. The concepts of the carbon circulation system and carbon neutrality were effectively delivered through this type of video. It was very great tool as a channel to deliver this message. Running time is 1 minute and 29 minutes. The voice actor was a female, was a male voice actor. His calm voice explains what the video is about. The PR video was uploaded and we received various reactions. Most of the viewers said that the video helped them to understand the relationship between carbon and climate change better. The PR video, after the release, has been archived by our museum. Curators will use this PR video for next generations too. And the PR video is readily available for any type of work that our museum does. And it is also open to the general public. About 80,000 people visited the Carbon Signal event. It contributed to raise awareness regardless of gender and age. There was no discrimination in the event. We had a tour around the country, not only in the metropolitan area. We also held this event in Gyeongsang area. At the Maritime Science Museum, this event will be held from this November until February next year. And Incheon Airport Corporation will also hold this event. Let's watch our PR video.
하지만 여기에서
산불을
마쳐야 될 것 같습니다.
The time is up. It's a shame. Please give her a big round of applause. It would be even greater if we got to see the video too, but we were able to see what the message was.
Let us move on to the second presentation under the communication category. The speaker is Eun Ji-yoon from Gwangju National Science Museum. She'll be talking about marketing strategy for maximizing customer satisfaction. Let me introduce myself. My name is Eun Ji-yoon from International Development Affairs under the Gwangju National Science Museum. I would like to talk to you about the strategies that we have used to communicate with the visitors to maximize their satisfaction. So in order to really promote the image and also in order to efficiently communicate with the general public, we are conducting two-way communication. I would like to break that into 3 different stages. So we are consistently delivering the message to the visitors. So I would call it the stage of knocking. And also the next stage is opening. And then lastly, once the visitors open the door, then the 2 parties come together to communicate with each other. So we celebrated 10th anniversary of the establishment of Gwangju National Science Museum, and we developed BI, brand identity, to celebrate the 10th anniversary. And we developed our BI reflecting the image that we would like to pursue. We opened a competition, and it includes, for example, slogan which embraces coming years with happiness. And we developed our identity again in order to really deliver our message better to the general public. And also we wanted to look very intuitively so that the message could be delivered to the general public very clearly. So this BI was used for all the materials and also advertisement, and also by developing this BI, we could increase the sense of belonging among staff members. And also by developing guidelines on utilization of BI, the staff members could better use the BI. So by repeatedly exposing this BI, we could promote that this year marks the 10th anniversary of the establishment of our museum. And for the second stage, we are going to, and I'm going to talk to you about how we advertise our museum from season to season. I think this is the same for all the national museums. For example, from September to October, there were so many events were held in year 2022. For example, special exhibition and also Thanksgiving, and there were even 25 banners to be held on the front gate of the Science Museum. Then the visitors will find it very difficult to find out which program is important. And also there's the month of science between April, May, and also summer vacation from July to the August, and also autumn events are held around September and 10th, where we are seeing increasing number of visitors to our National Museum. So according to the characteristics of the events, we started to advertise our museum from season to season, and it was very important for us to deliver consistent message and also to really expand our reach to the general public. And next, let me turn to how we made our information very concise. So for the very promotion that we conducted recently, we developed the brochure and a poster, and also we titled this program as Let's Fill the Autumn with Science. And also we put a QR code in a bigger size so that people can easily scan it. And once you scan the QR code and when you are taken into the website, then the information will be given. And not just by delivering information this way, we made our efforts to consistently deliver the same message. So, for example, last summer there was a special program about how we can reduce the consumption of disposables, and we, for example, distributed the paper fan to visitors to consistently deliver the same message to the visitors. And not only that, we also utilize the ICT infrastructure that we have inside the national the museum by building network to bring about the synergy. So during the period, we exposed our programs the same color, the same font, and the same format. And also, in order to expand our reach to the general public, again, we developed our events and also advertisement materials. And for example, when we opened our exhibition for satellites and also exhibition space for children, then according to the characteristics of each space, we even held pop-up events. And also during the autumn season, as there are more visitors come in, we even decided to open our program on live on YouTube. And also as a celebration program, we also held the program to the general public nationwide in Korea. And for the number of visitors to our website, after we ended the seasonal advertisement program, so there were some changes in a good way. And for example, for one of the seasonal promotional events, after the beginning of the promotional event in autumn season, so right after we conducted the advertisement for the musical concert, all the tickets were sold out the next day. And also we continuously expose ourselves as one of the tourist attraction in Gwangju. So in the stage of opening, the next stage is communicating a stage, and we operated what we call Luchesta. So here at Gwangju National Science Museum, we promote two-way communication, and also we run a group of citizens for communication, and also Science Mom Club is one of the committee among the citizens. And I would like to introduce to you about the Luchesta, which is a group dedicated related to advertisement. So the first batch started off with their activities from 2017, and it has been running up until 2023. It started off with 28 people, but now it is expanded to have 100 members, and the group is composed of primary, secondary school students. So they used to be the ones who just delivered information of exhibitions and programs, but now they are developing themselves as a science communicators, and also we could save a lot of cost because they take the lead in developing advertisement, and also the Lutesta becomes our brand itself, and we applied for the patent. Lutesta means brightening stars, and also you can see their brand just represent the stars brightening up in the sky, and also the monthly strategy is being proposed, and also they participate in events and also lectures, and also scientific knowledge that they have gained is being also shared on YouTube or the blog. And not only that, they also participate in a lot of different activities, and also they make that as a YouTube program, becoming scientific communicator. And also we pay a lot of attention to feedback and also sense of belonging. They wear the same uniforms, and also we use newsletters, monthly newsletters and quarterly newsletters, and also we introduce a Lutesta on the posters so that we can continuously receive feedback from the Lutesta. So this year, they were given an opportunity to experience upcoming activities in advance. So recognizing their activities, we have been evaluated as a very good organization, and also Lutesta even came to receive the award from the minister. I think this way it could encourage participation from students. And as you can see, compared to last year, this year, the number of participants went up by 2.5 times. So on a monthly basis, the average number of the participants amounts to 65 people. And also the scope of activities has been expanded. And one of the biggest activities that they have participated is like this. If they just stayed as a information deliverer, I think this kind of achievement will not been probably achieved. But as they developed their role as a scientific communicator, I think lots of students wanted to participate in this Lutesta. And also, as we have talked about sustainability of the management of Lutesta, they could develop a sense of belonging. Thank you so much. Again, thank you so much. Please give Eun Ji-yoon from the Gwangju National Science Museum. She talked about how to expand the science and culture and how to better communicate with the general public. So her presentation stood out for that.
The last presentation of this category, Jang Won-young from National Gwacheon Science Museum will present about the co-production of science experiment broadcasting content by Gwacheon Science Museum and YTN Science. Good morning, everyone. I am Jang Won-young, a researcher at National Gwacheon Science Museum. Every 2 weeks, I stand in front of 6 cameras, but this presentation makes me more nervous. The topic of my presentation is the co-creation of science experiment content by our museum and YTN Science. Communication of Science Museum is divided into social media, exhibition, and events. There are many ways of communication, and in all those kinds of communication, Science Museum becomes a platform. But in our content, the platform was a broadcasting company while our museum provided the content. YTN Science is the representative broadcasting company specialized in science. It was called as Science TV in the past, and Gwacheon National Science Museum collaborated with the broadcasting company to plan and produce educational broadcasting program based on science experiment. The intention was to enhance accessibility and the fun of science experiment by using broadcasting media. We have carried out different kinds of events. However, science museum programs are for one-time experience and they are focused on learning. However, we used the repeatability and higher accessibility and the orientation towards fun and stimulation of broadcasting media. Most of science museum programs take place offline, so they are in most cases for one-time experience and they are mostly focused on learning. In our broadcasting content, which can be played repeatedly, and in broadcasting channel media, we can put more focus on the funness of the content. This is a joint project, so there are these roles and responsibilities divided into shared by the two. The museum develops and suggests the content. Actually, YT and Science makes suggestions for the topic of each content. Then we will develop the experiment content and write the scenario for the filming. And then the broadcasting company refines the manuscript that we suggested. And when we provide the scenario to the broadcasting company, we include scientific principles and potential questions. Afterwards, we do all the settings and we do the filming and we film them every 2 weeks. Then the content will be broadcasted by YT and Science. In that process, we are combining the expertise of our science museum and the expertise in production of the broadcasting company, which is creating a win-win effect. Starting from 1 to 2 months before planning, we start to select the topic, prepare for the experiment, and then we do the broadcasting. Every Wednesday, the program is being aired. This is our how we prepare for our preliminary experiments. At different locations, we have done the filming of our program. Naturally, our museum has been exposed to the broadcasting platform. I always wear this white coat while doing the experiment, and my coat is marked with the logo of our museum, so it is also a publicity. The program is called 별별 실험실, which means Star Lab. Every Wednesday at 5 p.m., the main broadcast, the program gets aired, and it is re-aired 7 times a week. As of today, we have aired 36 series. The program is composed of talk that happens at studio, experiment, around 3 different types of experiments per topic, which take place at our museum, and invention, which is led by a YouTuber specialized in invention. And our museum is in charge of the experiment part. Once the program is aired, it is hard to find the right time to see the program, watch the program when it is re-aired. On every Friday, if you visit YT and Science YouTube channel, you will be seeing that our program is being uploaded there too. You can scan the QR code to access the channel. Next, our direction of the program. When we provide educational content at the museum, but here we turned that content into a broadcasting program. So we put more focus on how to attract more viewers and how to attract more attention. At science museums, our audience is, in most cases, people who are interested in science, but in our program, we are targeting at a broader audience who is just general viewers, general public. We are trying to provide content that feels normal, that feels ordinary, but has some surprising features. One of the experiments that we did is what will happen if we drop a spring, a loose spring. The experiment showed that it actually stops from falling. To use this program as an educational tool, we also did some educational experiments. There are some risky experiments that cannot be reproduced by the viewers. We try to attempt difficult experiments too, so people don't feel the need to do it by themselves. And our museum's YouTube channel uploads only the experiment part of the program every Wednesday. The entire program lasts 30 minutes and experiment part accounts for about 10 minutes. This is the number of views that our program received from the YTN Science channel, and in our channel these are the views. Not only the 1 to 20 minutes content, there are 3 different types of experiments, and we also upload videos of each experiment, which is much shorter video. It is short, so it receives more views. We are going to open an educational course during the winter vacation next year. And for the experiments that cannot be easily realized in offline, we are going to use our channel to offer the content too. And we are expecting that the content can be archived and distributed to other organizations and schools. We are also going to transfer this content to related organizations for better usage. By providing this content, we were able to attract more viewers among the general public, and the continuous exposure of our institution helped us to enhance our position as an organization that develops content for the popularization of science. We are making a very variety of efforts to expand our role in this area by working with the broadcasting company. Our capacity and expertise are improving as well. Thank you for keeping the time limit. Please give her a big hand. Talked about Welcome to the Star Lab, which was organized and aired as a regular program that is helping the science museums to break out of their limited space.
2023
Now we'll move on to the last category of the 2023 ISSM contest. The last category is design, and the first speaker in this category is Yong-Sung Kim from Gwacheon National Science Museum. The speaker will talk about a scientific educational program which is entitled "Science is Coming Again" or 또 옴.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. My name is Yong-Sung Kim from Gwacheon National Science Museum. and I will present about the building a brand for Doom through visualization. So let me talk to you about what it means by science is coming again, or Doom. This concept started from the outbreak of the COVID-19. The COVID-19 outbreak paralyzed offline classroom setting, and as a result, there's a growing demand for online learning, which gave us a lot of opportunities to think about future direction for our museum to go forward. And we wanted to play our role in our society. And as a part of our effort targeting primary school student kindergarten children, we started to initiate this service. Science is coming. So this Doom of Science is a subscription-based service for about 3 years. And by receiving feedback from our customers, we analyze the result so that we could visualize the keywords that we need to apply for further improving and developing scientific educational programs. And also, there's a neighbor cafe in which the users can exchange their experiences, and the analysis has been done not in a linear way, but in a visual way. And also, the concept of this is related to goods and also BI and also magazines of the Science is Coming Out program. And also, we wanted to establish that science is very fun to learn and also to enjoy with family members. So we wanted to get rid of all the negative image about science, that science is boring and science is difficult. We wanted to make science more enjoyable for the children. And also we have chosen these colors to really further refine the image of the science. We chose very bright colors in order to bring about the image of growing and also vividness, and also the blue color of the text refers to something unusual and something that cannot be easily seen around us. And also, we have made a logo, and also we took the shape from the Hangul, and also we always thought about the constant of the Hangul for the image of the Doom, and also taking the users into consideration. This is how we use a paper. So we initiated service from 2021, and you can see the visual concept is not applied yet, and partially the visual image is applied from 2022, and also from 2023, all the related visual concepts are applied. And in 2023, we have made a Kids Laboratory magazine this way. So from content to content, we have applied a different design and format and also colors. This year, in collaboration with the Philippines, the museum, and we have published our magazine in English. This is the design of leaflets. Both we have published it in Korean and also English, and we focused on really enhancing and including our strong brand identity into this. In the year 2023, this is the leaflet about the instructions about the startup kit. So this will be a very good guide for our students to tell them about how to use the scientific equipment. And in order to further refine our brand, we have designed and made also prototypes of our design. And we have made meteorological, experiential, scientific equipment. And also we have made the board game utilizing exhibits that we have in our museum, which was very much welcomed by our kids and also users. Let me now turn to the designing goods. We can make what's been familiar to us as a new one. That's why we came up with these different types of goods. So we expect you to advertise the museum on behalf of us by carrying about these goods. And also, if you visit our website, you can find more details about the goods that we have. And also, in order to settle the brand image of the National Museum of Gwacheon, we are continuously developing our goods and also the applying for intellectual property rights. And also, we are planning to open up our shop to sell the goods. And also, maybe we can use some of the content as learning materials. So the purpose behind the building this brand aims at promoting our museum and also to bring about collaborative model among related science national museums, and we want to lay a foundation to build a strong brand identity. I think that effort begins with Science is Coming or Doum brand. Throughout the architecture, we want to expand the scope of visualization of BI of Gwacheon National Science Museum. And we took on a challenge, although we had 3 deficiencies. And of course, we do not have our expertise in designing. And this project first started off as an unofficial project, and also the stakeholders in the project were only 3 persons who did not really know about designing. And Doum, this Science is Coming brand, is the outcome of our hard work. So 3 years ago, we started our journey, and we had to suffer many difficulties. And sometimes what we have developed looked very old-fashioned, but we had confidence, and also we started to share our materials in and outside, and sometimes we feel ashamed because there's so much improvement to be made. These days, using open source available out there, anybody can just develop it. And now we're living in an era where any individual can do the work that was only possible to be done by a group. But we want to emerge ourselves as a hub of our science national museums. Thank you so much. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds. Do you have questions? That was very interesting. And also my major is branding, and especially public education arena, you try to build branding, and I can see that how much efforts that you have put in. And when I look at the development process, I wonder who are the targets of your branding. And Doum targets, yes, we target 7 years old to like first and second year in their primary school, and you need to think about whether the materials and contents that you have developed is applicable to the children or the parents of the children. I think that needs to be clearly stated. And visual system that you have shown us really make us wonder who will be the main targets of your brand. And you have different categories for your branding, and I know that how much efforts that you have put in. But at the end of the day, it is all about communication with consumers, right? On top of branding, I think it will be good for you to come up with a character to give more a sense of 3D effect onto the branding. So mainly, sorry, there's no time for you to give your answer. As we only have 10 minutes, I think you please give Yong Sung-kim with a big hand. Thank you so much. Yes, the presentation stood out for its unique idea of rebranding our own program and building it into a brand that represents science education.
발표를
Second presentation of the design category. Park Se-mi from Gwacheon National Science Museum will present about character design redevelopment of Gwacheon National Science Museum. Hello everyone, my name is Park Se-mi. I am from Gwacheon National Science Museum. The topic of my presentation is character redevelopment of our museum. I am going to talk about 4 things. The first one is intention of our project and achievements, plan for utilization, and expected outcomes. The intention of this character development is as follows. The organization's character can be utilized to show the symbolism and orientation of events and educational programs provided by the organization. It can also become a symbolic figure to appeal to the public. We've defined 2 objectives. The first objective was to incorporate the identity of the organization. The second objective was how to incorporate the public appeal and friendliness for communication. In order to achieve those objectives, we selected symbolic materials, and we also selected a design studio who is capable of making friendly but not superficial characters. Next is the concept of our characters. We've designed 2 characters. The main character, spaceman character, is located here on the left. As you know, our museum has an east wing which is shaped like a spaceship. So we created this spaceman character that goes well with the spaceship. It looks like a human, but it also looks like an alien with blue skin and the ring around its helmet, which gives uniqueness to the character. It has a smiley face and cute body proportion. There is this sub-character, dinosaur robot. It is shaped like Tyrannosaurus. It is not a simple representation of Tyrannosaurus. We have a dinosaur expert. We received input from the expert to reflect the shapes of the dinosaur into our characters. So there are features of the dinosaur in this robot dinosaur character. The character has friendly figure and it has simple design rather than being presented as a scary dinosaur. The encounter of the spaceman and dinosaur robot is not really familiar to everyone, but our science museum has the functional responsibilities as a comprehensive space for the convergence between science and other areas. We try to incorporate the different messages into these characters. We try to make the shapes of the character very clear while using simple colors to easily convey our message that this is a spaceman and this is a dinosaur in a more intuitive manner. Next is how we gave characters to these 2 characters. From the movements of these 2 characters, visit the museum and see the exhibition. And there are some warnings or precautions that we have to give to the visitors. We used these characters to tell about what to be cautious about when our visitors see our exhibitions. We selected 10 keywords that represent the museum and used those keywords as the background of these illustrations. From the top left in a clockwise direction, you can see our office building, which looks like a spaceship. The two characters are really well harmonized with the spaceship. There's astronomy and other keywords that show what our museum does. Next is our plan for how to utilize these characters. We are going to use the characters as open source so that they can be used within our museum. The source of these characters will be open so that they can be used freely in a more interesting way. It has only been a few months since we completed this project, but already the characters are being used in many different ways within the museum. You can see there is this spaceman character and doing rocks, scissors, and papers with the visitor to give out gifts. We also had a social media platform event to decide the names of these characters. We put the characters into all the banners of our organization and also in our YouTube channel. And those who won the rocks, scissors, and papers are shown in this YouTube content. I am wearing a badge of one of our characters, and we've also designed merchandise goods. There's many more. We also made bags of these characters, which was distributed in a recent event. From the perspective of a museum, the characters can become representative image. If there is something needed to represent the museum, then the museum can always use these characters, and from the perspective of the audience, they will be reminded of the museum whenever they see the characters. We are going to develop the characters into more various ways to reach out to our audience in a more friendly manner. This concludes my presentation. Thank you. We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Do you have any question? So you are from the same museum, right? Design will not be your main part of expertise or responsibility, but you still try to make these great designs of the characters, which may need some little bit of work for further refining. I think that it will be contributing a lot to attract more people to science museums. Do you have any comment or question? We still have 1 minute and 20 seconds. The rock, scissors, and paper event was the person inside that doll, one of the staff of the museum. We hold this kind of event a lot. When we had a YouTube event, there were play performers who were wearing this kind of dolls. So in some cases, it is one of our employees, but it is not. In other events, it depends on which type of event it is. Do you have Any more questions? Please give her a big hand. Thank you. The spaceman character and dinosaur robots are so cute.
발표
We'll move on to the last presentation under this design category. The speaker is Yuna Choi from Gwacheon National Science Museum, and the speaker will talk about the carbon signal sustainable exhibition design. Hi everyone, my name is Yuna Choi from Gwacheon National Science Museum. So I would like to talk to you about the sustainable exhibition design, or which goes by carbon signal. And going beyond climate crisis, I think the carbon emission was partly the topic that the Gwacheon National Science Museum has to deal with. This is the key visual. So just to be fit the topic, we had to develop the key visual. What you see in the middle is the main graphic, and the carbon is symbolized as alphabet C, and we wanted to depict the collapse of our carbon cycle system by breaking it into two pieces. And also we want to use the color black, and also we came up with the different shapes and we overlapped with each other. And also the image of the carbon is negative, and it is shaded by very negative images, but we wanted to also bring the brighter side of carbon to the fore to talk about the carbon cycle system. And also the major purpose was zero waste, also achieving our mission at the same time, and also to make our exhibition renewable. Of course, we wanted to give different looks to the different exhibition space by applying different materials. And this is the exhibition story, as is already mentioned by a speaker before me. I will just briefly touch upon that. So the exhibition was unfold with the different the concept, for example, C1 to C5. And this is a floor plan. So before we initiate our project, the design team inside developed this layout. And of course, there were some changes made to the initial plan, but most of the initial ideas was still remained. And this is how we zoned out and how we designed the configuration for our visitors. And the red line refers to temporary wall, and this is a modular wall, and we can pile up horizontally and vertically. And also after exhibition, it is returned to other exhibitions so that zero waste can be achieved. So other than the modular walls, considering the characteristics of different zones, this is how we designed each different space. And the first one is I want to know about what carbon is. So in the first zone, the visitors will learn about the basic characteristics of carbon. So by sharing and combining, the carbon produces so many different kinds of compounds. And also we decided to use a box which is used to carry milk, and also green boxes. We thought that the characteristics of these two plastic boxes just befit the characteristics of carbons, like the palette. And also we used the palette to build tables, and using milk boxes, we made a dome which symbolizes the Earth. The Earth is an orbit based on carbons, and inside the Earth, there are so many things which are created by carbons. That's how we came to build this kind of installation. And this is the image of the Earth. And next, let me move on to carbon cycle system. So this zone really dealt with the major topic of this exhibition. So when the Earth was born about 4.6 billion years ago, the carbon was absorbed by the ocean and land and also the air to form the environment that we live in. But along with the outbreak of the Industrial Revolution, and also the modern civilization, the human beings, they transferred the carbons, collapsing the carbon cycle system. And in order to symbolize all this, we came to use a scaffold in order to symbolize massive scale industrial revolution. And also scaffold refers to all the supporting structure used at the construction site. And also the visitors can actually walk up the scaffold. So this is how the space looks like. And we use rolling ball type of exhibitions, and also there are silhouettes of human beings who are mining the cores underground. And also now let me talk about humanity, which is at the state of extinction. This space is more like a long corridor type of space, and this is like a bridge between C2 and C4 zones. Between the two zones, we applied very strong media art. As the carbon intensity in the air increases, then it is highly likely to bring about negative impact on our environment. We only use sound and also light, and there are horizontal lines, and the color of the floor starts to change its color to red, which really sends a sense of alarming. And let me move on to the C4, the solutions that we have found. And this is more like a space which gives us very peaceful feeling, which utilizes sound and also visual images so that the ocean can face a forest. And also we place the blue carbon and also green carbons, which are the solutions behind the carbon emissions. And this is the biggest area where everything comes together. Here, resting and also educational programs also take place. This is more like a multi-purpose space. And we have used more like natural materials like coral leaf and also wood, as well as artificial materials. And also we have used cardboard to build the chairs and also tables and walls. This is how we organize the zone. And the last zone is the C5, walking together with the carbon. So this is more like an epilogue space which tries to deliver the very last takeaway message. So because of the increase in carbon emissions, the humanity suffers from the climate crisis, but at the same time, we want to deliver a message that humanity needs to coexist with the carbons. And also toward the end of the zone, we wanted to make it becomes like narrower. And also we want to deliver a message about all the disastrous crises through media art, which conjures up the sense of a warning, but at the same time, positive message as well. And I would like to talk to you about recyclable pelt. This is like a new material which is made of PET bottles. I believe that it could deliver positive message to visitors. So the exhibition is happening with the consumption of materials, but we always have to think about sustainable exhibition space. And I really had to doubt whether the exhibition can be sustainable or not in terms of the consumption of materials. But I think the sustainable design is all about the attitude that we have. Of course, everything cannot be changed, but I believe that it is possible along with the cooperation with the other national science museums. Thank you so much. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds. Do you have questions? It's me again. Thank you for presenting us about the topic, which is very comprehensive. And what I would like to know about is that you reflected a lot of our design elements to befit the topic of exhibition, like sound and image and color and everything. And what was the most difficult case or element that you could not reflect to the topic of the exhibition? As we, are given only 10 minutes, I think there were so many limitations in making the content for the exhibitions. And we had to, for example, use different materials for carbon neutrality. And there are like cars to be used for experiential programs. I think the insiders really found it difficult to make the content materials. So you mentioned about carbon neutrality and you used the plastic, but at the end of the day, the plastic is from the petrochemical materials, right? So when you choose your materials next time, I think it'd be better for you to choose eco-friendly materials. For example, you have used a pallet, but maybe you need to consider to use the pallet made of the wood. Thank you so much. Please give Yuna Tae from Gwacheon National Science Museum.
탄소와 환경 이슈를 주제로
It was really cool to see how they thought about sustainable design in an exhibition that was all about carbon and environmental issues.
과학관
The 13th ISSM contest has come to the end.
2023 of the 13th International Symposium of Science Museums. 네, 정말 창의적이고 멋진 과학관의 콘텐츠 그리고 멋진 성과 정말 경이롭게 잘 보았습니다. 오늘 심사 결과는 오후 4시부터 이곳에서 클로징 세레머니 시상식에서 발표가 될 예정입니다. Everyone had made great achievements and thank you for your contribution and support. And the judging results will be announced right here at the same venue at the closing award ceremony at 4 this afternoon. 상격에 상관없이 정말 참여자 모든 분들께 정말 축하의 말씀 드리고 싶고요. 여러분의 업적과 성과가 인정이 받았습니다. 그럼 마지막 폐막식에서 최고의 상품을 추첨을 통해서 저희 이벤트 진행할 예정이니까요. 끝까지 함께해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 그럼 점심 식사와 사이언스 요가 등 다양한 준비된 프로그램들 함께 즐겨주시고요. 1시부터 저희 글로벌 강연 다시 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Don't you know that I need somebody like you? Don't you know that I need somebody that's true? It's a miracle you need someone too. 'Cause I know that I need somebody like you. And you know we all need someone to make it through. In the end, we all need somebody, so love someone until you do. Don't you know that I need somebody like you? In the end, we all need somebody, so love someone until you do. Don't you know that I need somebody like you? Don't you know that I need somebody that's true? demais quando estou longe de você. Me pergunto então o que é sorrir, o que é o prazer, o que é amar, o que é viver. Viver é amar você. Seu sorriso é o meu prazer. A sua alegria é a minha
네, 제13회 국제과학관 심포지엄의 마지막 핫타임 이벤트를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 역시 지금 이 순간
We will start the last lucky draw event. We are going to draw 3 winners who will be getting a Starbucks gift card worth 30,000 won. If you see the last 4 digits of your phone number that you entered during registration, please go to the desk and receive the gift.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Yulhi 8279, Kidok 2221, Younghoon 5000. Please go to the desk to get the gift. The desk will be closed at 5 p.m. Please visit the desk before that. So our lucky draw has ended, but there will be more gifts for you during the closing ceremony. So please join us until the closing ceremony.
위기 또는 기회, space, crisis, or
opportunity, the power of space that gathers people. 2023 제14회 국제과학
심포지엄은 공간이라는 테마로 여러분과 함께합니다. The 2023 13th International Symposium of Science Museum is brought to you by the theme of space. 네, 이 시간 이후 세 분의 글로벌 렉처와 또 글로벌 세러모니가 준비되어 있습니다. 그리고 또 다양한 타임 이벤트도 함께 즐기실 수 있으니까요. 여러분께서 끝까지 함께 해주셔서 좋은 정보 교류장을 함께 만들어 주시길 바라겠습니다. For this part of the day, we have global lectures followed by the closing ceremony. So please stay with us till the end and hope you take home lots of thoughtful and interesting exchanges back home. 공간, 위기 또는 기회, space, crisis or opportunity, the power of space that gathers people. 네, 제13회 국제
We've watched the theme video of the 13th ISSM. The theme of the third global lecture is Metaspace Drawing a New Space. From Studio Artec, we have directors Bang Moon-seok and Kim Sang-pil for a thought-provoking lecture. Please welcome them with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bang Moon-seok. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me at the 13th ISSM. The title of my presentation is Metaspace Drawing a New Space. We are working as a duo, so I'll be covering the first half of the lecture, and my partner will cover the second part of this lecture. My name is Bang Moon-seok. I am developing visual technologies and having many experimental attempts to combine blockchain architecture, AI, to expand this area into the meta space. We are making space-related content, and we are making tools that will make the boundary between the two more blurry. We are always thinking about how we can give another tour to the work that we do. We are working together to run this studio. Under the motto of drawing art with technology as a pen. About 4 years ago, we founded this company, and we have done more than 120 projects and artworks. We have had some great opportunities to receive awards at home and abroad. Our mission and vision is to let everyone to enjoy art and culture and to inspire their lives. Contrary to the rapid expansion of cutting-edge technology, we are seeing more and more people who are being isolated. Studio architect will use art to connect people with technology. IoT, AI, hardware module control are being used by us to do our work, and media art design is also one of the areas that we are working in. We want to share our works with citizens to let them know what technology conveys to us and means to us. Let me show you some screenshots of our works. We are keen to do public artworks. So by using public signages, we are displaying our artwork in Samsung-dong, Seoul, in front of Hyundai department store. There is this signage, although the signage is flat, but we used anamorphosis technique to give multidimensional feeling to this display. By using this virtual technology, we are creating this new space called meta space. With the rapidly evolving digital technology, the space that we live in is also changing, and the perception of space is also changing rapidly. The boundary between physical and virtual world has become blurry. This is one of my favorite professors, Professor Yu Hyun-jun, who is also an architect and professor at Hongik University. He said that space is a collection of memories, not the actual volume, physical volume. I also agree. The value of space is determined within our consciousness. Although it is a small room, that room can be perceived as a much bigger space depending on the person's memory, or vice versa. Not only the physical property, but subjective memory and consciousness affect space. And I do the same thing too. With the rapidly developing technology, we can cover the walls inside of a building with this display. So the walls of buildings can now wear clothes just like humans do. In this real world, we are adding virtual world space to the real world to create more variety of effects. During this symposium between the virtual and physical space, I would like to share our own experiences. We are putting focus on giving new experience, empathy, and an unfamiliar sense, something in between them. We are using hallucination effect or virtual technology to create this effect. This is NFT gallery that we created in Samsung in Seoul. It's about 160 pyong wide. This is NFT museum. It is a continuation of TVs. We thought that symbolic artwork will be necessary for this space. We used the flat space and we try to give it more depth by using anamorphosis technique. Art pieces are now becoming from an object into an experience. Media art will evolve continuously to offer people with new experience. In 2022, Revision AI generation tool was very popular. Many people used the solution on web and their mobile devices. We wanted to take that program out of the device. In Hanam Starfield, we used this large display to show how the nature will look like if it is created by AI. The goal of this artwork was to let people feel more familiarity about AI because AI was quite a new concept back then. We also do a lot of data visual works. The flowing data is being visualized into great artworks. If that artwork is harmonized with the space, then the space can have more historical values. This shows collected data of donators who donated when this building was constructed. We also partnered with Hyundai Motors. Hyundai also wants to have new space in Jakarta. There is a Hyundai Motor studio. We used 36 spaces which were covered with LED display. We were in charge of the overall design and directing of this display. We are also collaborating with many artists and celebrities. We were involved in the collaboration between Louis Vuitton, Vogue, and BTS. That project was in a rush. We only ran 2 booths. BTS only had 10 minutes. We had to finish everything within that 10 minutes while changing the backgrounds and filming. But by using digital technology, you can overcome the spatial limitations because by clicking for a few times, you can always change the background. Recently, we received IF Design Award for this space. For a launch of new golf brand, we created this artwork by arranging this LED display in that shape. We do various works, so we get a lot of questions about how we get inspired. It is hard to generate ideas, so we've came up with some mechanical method to get ideas. Our formula is A plus B, which means combining two different things. This is the key to our creativity and innovation. There are other areas that use this kind of formula. Fusion foods are being created by combining foods of two different cultures. That is how we create ideas mechanically and to foster our creativity. Another work that we did, we've combined the keyword of building and vehicle. On top of that, we added more details. We wanted to use the motif of Korean traditional building and the tube of the UK. We thought that those objects looked like railroad. And with the motif of railroad, we created a video. We also collected ideas of many people because one person's ideas are limited, but different people have their own ideas. What will happen if people can cross over to another dimension. These kind of ideas and communication can quickly lead to amazing ideas. That is what we believe in. We did this meta-city work. For the past 140 years, UK and Korea have not had any conflict between the two. So this megacity project celebrated the 140th anniversary of the establishment of two countries' relations. In the virtual space, in the meta space, we thought more possibilities to create this meta city which has no spatial limits. In outer London, in Piccadilly Circus, which is at the center of downtown, this is a space where 5 surfaces are covered by LED display. All the surfaces are LED displays. We deviated patterns so that people sitting there can see changing backgrounds. How we drive narrative is to combine different things, patterns, colors, by providing different viewpoints and experiences, and we are trying to achieve something that has abstract and physical attributes at the same time. Although this is very crowded space in Piccadilly Circus, UK citizens were enjoying this display, although the patterns were not really familiar to them. People matter the most in space. Without people, space has no meaning. People are the ones who define space, so we always try to think about how we can bring people to space. And the solution we thought about is content. Content can bring space. We are working in a small team. I am working with Songbae and one designer. We are a small company. Source. We always try to recycle sources that we have for multiple usage of a single source. We are looking at the source in a micro manner and macro manner too. These patterns were also made by a single source. How we do this type of work is based on AI. More than 70% of our work has been done by AI. We have many AI solutions these days. We are using 5 to 6 of them to do a single work. Meta Nature, Meta City, and this Meta series are the project that we are working on continuously. In addition to project, this space is consisting of small dots, but no one can perceive that these are dots. There is this stained glass at church. When you see this kind of glass, you only see the story, not each pieces of the glasses. This is a chapel in Vatican. I was amazed by the story that this picture tells. I was not really interested about what kind of wood was used.
So, like this, physical or software, when these two are combined, that can blur the boundaries between the physical and also software. So, in order to make sure that physical elements are not felt, we think that we need to really blur the boundaries between what's a physical and what's a software. This was at the recent exhibition, and we use the only single LED battery, which has only height of 3 meters. I thought it's a very good example to be shared. So there's only one single screen, but we have combined this element with other spatial elements to make it bigger and also to give immersive environment. So we sometimes think that the physical element is very important to conjure up the very much enhanced virtual space. And I would like to talk to you about what's the role of the meta space. We believe that the space that we design should be a window. The world is getting fragmented and separated from one another. And even in the space that we think that everyone should come together, reality, virtual, and also technology, and also people, and also people to people. I think we want our space to become a bridge or a window to connect all the related elements. In order to take a technological approach, we use interactive art a lot. This is an example of interactive art that we use. As of 2022, we collaborated with the Paradise Hotel, and Heart Pork was the title of the project. So Heart Pork, that name itself, is just like the shape of the hard fork that we use every day. It is about branching out into new direction. That's like the professional term in development. Whenever software developers try to develop something and also paste the whole set of the code, then we call it they are hard forking. So sometimes people perceive that doing this way of developing project could be likened as a hard forking, and this is how we came up with an idea of a hard fork. This is an initial image that we have developed. It's a 4x16 media wall. And also when you look at the left-hand side, there's a hard fork interaction, the kiosk. So if you put the action that you want to repeat, then that action will be embedded in the moving digital wall. This is a mechanism. The observer would recognize himself in front of the kiosk and also hard fork computing toward the kiosk. And himself becomes a part of the floating image onto the digital wall. This is the simple screenshot and also the actual example of a hard fork of our media art. So we make sure that the actual ideas look very similar to the mock-up that we have built up. And next, Director Song-Pil Kim will resume the rest of my speech.
네, 이어서 발표.
My name is Song-Pil Kim from Student Tech. So what I would like to present to you is related to MetaSpace experience. So before me, the speaker before me talked about the artworks done by the Studio Art Tech and also backdrop. And from now on, I would like to focus on development of the media and technology and the things that we try out. And let me continue to introduce myself. So I'm one of the member of the Studio Art Tech. And when I was growing up, I believe that I'm one of the natives. I had a Macintosh, which was used by my dad. And this was manufactured by Apple. And I used to play game. And the graphic back then, the GUI was not as fancy as the GUI these days. Rather, the GUI back then was simple and blunt. Nonetheless, I very much enjoyed the fact that this player is myself and myself is a protagonist, and also just like I'm in the game, exploring the space in the game. And as I was growing up, I came to choose my major as a graphic design. and I experience what it feels like to be coming back and forth between 2D and 3D, and also simulation, code, and inference are the topics that I came to develop my interest. So it is about make object moving in a 3D, and then I started my interest toward media art from then. For example, using the rope time, this is a artwork which can interact with observers, and also this is what I use the technology. For example, I have mapped this kind of image onto the headquarters of the KT in the Gwanghwamun area, and what I see is dependent on the perspectives, and that determines the direction of my work. It is all about the perspectives that I have towards objectives. So in the year 2023, for the people who are living in the digital era, I believe the imaginary place has very special impact. And I think this is not something big, but it literally speaks itself. Imaginary space for experience, and I searched these keywords on Google, and this kind of paradise image was given. And what I'm trying to say is not like this. What I would like to emphasize that imaginary space is very much related to the place that we live in and also experience. And the reason why I would like to talk to you about this is that apart from the deep sea, 99% of the Earth has been mapped, even North Pole and South Pole. I believe that every human being has stepped on it, and most of the spaces on Earth has already been explored and also mapped. In addition, my work of art does not simply stay in Korea, but goes to other countries, and also it's been on display. So realistic place is already known place to the public, and imaginary place is very important because it is dependent on the experience of individuals. But I believe that the value of imaginary space is becoming bigger and also bigger. To explain about that, I would like to further talk to you about media art and also very fast development of technology. There's an artist called Bernardo back in the 1930s. It is also art of work done by the Mondrian. And also the media art, which is like technology and also medium, has been existed for a long time. But as of now, in 2023, in the modern art gallery, there are many media art on display. I believe the possibility for the media art is growing larger by larger, not only in the New York, but also in the just one side of the cafe in Seongsu. I'm not sure whether there is an image or video. We can just commonly see the video art moving around. And in the genre of media art, there are bio art, simulation, audio art. There are so many different kinds of expressions behind the art, and also art, industry, and between the art and science, we have witnessed the process of blurring the boundary between the two different industries. So the speed is very fast, and also the diversity is growing. So it is almost like witnessing millions of different the wood or branches growing at the same time in real time. So many things are taking place in so many different ways in a very fast speed. So it almost feels like to wonder where we are about. So imagining this, I would like to compare the time when I was born 30 years ago and now. Of course, I believe that the media already was at the tipping point about 30 years ago. But compared to now, I believe the media ad back then was very static. So even the internet browser, of course, we could interact with it, but the size and the speed still seem to be very static. everyone is using mobiles these days, and the TV, which used to be in the living room, is now carried out by every individual. And 30 years ago, the performance with TV was bad, but we now carry smaller and better performing TV, and also now anyone become publisher and TV presenter, which was not possible about 30 years ago. But technological development brought every one of us with mobiles, so that is possible now. So these mediums about 30 years ago, even interfaces, not a human focused, but it was a medium focus. But I'm not here to talk about whether it is good or bad. But skeuomorphism is now developing into an interface which gives us immersion. And also the initial coding tool is now developed into more intuitive one thanks to the help of generative AI. So the development of media, I think, has been revolving around the immersion. So then what about the trends over the last 3 years? So let me just take you back to 3 years ago. There were many events, for example, COVID-19 outbreak and also the emergence of AI. So technological or social changes were very significant. And I think all the changes brought the general public to become familiar to non-face-to-face communication, and also the pilots and also navigators used to depend on the actual communication, but now the general public finds non-face-to-face communication more familiar. So I think now technologies are trying to surpass the boundary of physical places. So we are limited in terms of moving and also going somewhere because of the COVID-19 outbreak, and also because of the cancellation of the offline events. I think we made a lot of efforts to really transcend and to surpass the physical limitations. And recently, also the boundaries between this environment and also reality blurs, and this is one scene taken at the exhibition. And there was one very famous headliner who performed. Of course, I did not pay a visit to the actual place, but just by looking at the video clip and by looking at the photos, I can just easily understand what it was about, and also I almost experienced what the performance was like. So I believe that experiencing the imaginary place is very important. Although I have not been there, I could guess what the facade looks like and what the background would look like, almost enable me to really evaluate about its value. So unlike the performance that takes place in real time, I believe that this is all about experience from imagination. So even putting down the same number, dependent on where you are, you can say it's a 6 and the other person can say it's 9. So the two are standing opposite to each other. So I believe that experiencing imaginary place is one of the way to really consider. So studio art, we are media artists, and we think that media is very important. And other than the experiencing the conjuring of media art, we try to deliver this imaginary experience to the visitors. So there's a painter, an artist. He used to be a painter, but he also used to be a publisher of a magazine as well. So in the early days, we also started a project to really let the public know about unknown artists, and also we came up with this media art today channel. So based on the digital network, it is all about providing the experience about the place and also the history about artists. So this is an art history channel. So this is a number of people we have reached, and it can be interpreted as a channel that 133,000 people see every day, and 2,761 contents were being produced. It means every day we produce 9 contents.
쏟아지는
By doing so, within the influx of mass media, we can make media channel that provides different experiences every day. 158,000 subscribers are on the same page with us. For them, we are providing imaginative experiences to inspire them in their daily lives and to let them have an artistic perspective. The space that I know may have some hidden information that I never knew. We are trying to deliver that kind of information to our subscribers to offer meaningful experience. And those who came from overseas cannot judge whether it is in the real world or in the virtual world, but we are providing such information in a digestive language so that they can look at the space that they already knew once again. We are also organizing events. This one was from Seoul. We are also trying to spread information about these events. We've reached 40 million subscribers in a short period of time. It is like 30 years of history being clustered into the 3 years. I'll now talk about how we should look at the future. Bang Moon-seok mentioned that the collapsing boundary between the virtual space and real space and content about meta space will be able to give artistic experience to the public in the space, regardless of whether it is virtual or real. Virtual has its charms and reality has its own charms. Our content exists in the real world, but it also has virtual values, and there are other contents that starts from the virtual space and has values in the reality too. The same phenomenon can be interpreted by different people differently, depending on their perspective. What is in the middle of the slide is the thing that we are trying to spread to the people, something that is in between the two perspectives. That is the key of our work too. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will now receive questions. We'll receive questions about the presentation. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Then we are going to ask the presenters the questions we've collected in advance. The emergence of new digital artwork that are different from traditional artwork has led to a loss of uniqueness in art. In the era of accelerating digitalization, how should we interact with art, our attitudes and changes? While I was working at Studio Architect, we joined Frieze and Kiev recently. In these art fairs, the pieces are on the wall or displayed statues are displayed in front of gallery's booth. Media art where we participated was displayed in a special space devoted to media art outside of the gallery. Media art is something in between art and something non-art. Still, I find that perspective very interesting as an artist. Media art and digital art are rapidly evolving. That fresh perspective is what interests us. Media art from the traditional perspective is still something just artish, not a real art. The kind of perception that media is something ambiguous, that is not totally art or non-art. But on the other hand, media art can be displayed at major locations such as New York Museum. MoMA in New York is using games, displaying games, traditional games like Pac-Man and Tetris. The changes are happening too fast. What kind of perspective that we have when we see that new perspective should be the focus of our attention. And that is the key to our artwork too. NFT or digital art certificate, these kind of technological attempts have been made and it will be continued. When we see art, the best part of it is the inspiration that the art piece gives us. The media art of some famous artists that are being displayed in New York gives us a lot of.
There's one more question. Yes, we have learned and also heard about Meta a lot, but I have never tried it for myself. So how can we easily use it for practical purposes? So how can we use the Meta easily and for practical purposes? I think how to use Meta, I think is a very comprehensive question, and I think it is up to you how you would like to answer this question. So Meta is not something big. I think it can interpret it into many things. I would define Meta is, for example, a virtual space. And many people think that we already live in a meta space, a virtual space. So, of course, in already we see and we use meta and also virtual things a lot. You're already using it well. That's one thing that I can say. And I think already the meta is there, so the speed of expansion will become faster than ever. So for us, it is for sure that technology will advance in a very fast manner, and I think we also should be inclusive in such a trend.
감사드립니다.
Thank you for detailed answer. Please give them Mr. Bang Moon-seok and Kim Sang-pil from Studio Artec a big round of applause. It was about creating new space that makes our brain to imagine. The fourth presentation is about space design, in designing for embodied virtual and physical spaces. We've invited Mr. Marcel van Brakel, the CEO and lead designer of Polymorph. of the Netherlands. Polymorph is providing extended reality interactive experiences through art, VR, and display to offer new spaces to the audience. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Does it work? Do you hear me?
Just press on it.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, it's one back. Yeah. So, hello, welcome. I'm Marcel van Brakel. I'm from Dutch design studio Polymorph. Yeah, we're based in Holland, and we make experiences of all kinds. And I always want to start with this kind of slide because it's made by one of my colleagues when his child was sleeping. And you can see the rabbit eye movement. And I like this image a lot because it kind of sums up what we try to do with the studio. We try to kind of dream up new perspectives, new ideas, and not only future think what might be possible in the future, but also make it in the now. So we like to hook up with universities and scientists to create these kind of experiences. At the same time, it's also interesting because if you think about the body, and a lot of our work is about the body and the bodily space, when you're dreaming, you don't need any technology. And the body maybe even not need reality. So to have an experience, the body of course needs information and is processing that. But it is interesting when you're dreaming, your brain is creating the story itself out of this data that is kind of somewhere in the brain. And so for the brain, it doesn't matter if reality is reality. All information can be processed and can be an experience. And I think that's very interesting that reality itself is fundamentally virtual in the brain. The other click, this is the click. So I want to start with a thought experiment. We also conducted it at ITVA Doc Lab. If you think about yourself as a finger, a pinky finger, and all of your consciousness would be in this pinky finger, and you would imagine how this pinky finger would perceive reality, it would be completely different than how you perceive it now. Your pinky finger might be able to kind of feel when it's touched. It might be able to sense temperature. It might even feel vibrations of sound or humidity or water. Maybe it can feel the wind touching the skin. So if it could think, this pinky might have the idea that there would be something as a space, but it would not be aware that the space had colors, the space had sound. It would build its own model of reality. And I found that very interesting because if you think about the human body, it's just a result of evolution, and it's kind of largely a coincidence how it's built up. It has a sensory system, but a lot of animals have different sensory systems. So at the same time, the way that we create the world around us and our understanding about this world is a pure mental thing. And it's largely informed by the sensory system apparatus that you embody. So another aspect I want to tap into before really go into my keynote is this. Let's throw a glass of water into the audience. So if I would have a glass of water and I would throw it towards you, your brain will start making a prediction. It will think there's some kind of shiny thing coming towards me. That shiny thing is almost reaching to me. And the thing is, the brain is going through all these kind of checks up. What is this thing? Is it able to hit me? Do I need to protect myself? And based on all of this kind of storytelling that the brain is engaged in immediately by receiving all of this information, it creates a story and it's able to predict the future and react to this future. So not only if I would throw this glass at you, you will do this calculation for the physical event of catching the glass or protecting yourself, but you will also do that on a more cognitive level of rational thinking. Like, what does it mean if the presenters will throw a glass of water towards the audience? Is he angry at the audience or insecure or whatever? So the narrative is on multi-layers. So what I want to state is like the body itself, our brain, our human brain, which is equipped with language, is basically a storytelling machine. It does it automatically, it's in its nature. And as a designer of stories and experiences, that's of course the space we work in. So I want to tell you a bit about our story, about our studio. We're polymorph. We create speculative, often critical designs, and they're often embodied. So we engage the full body and not only your eyes. And we like to be in this cross-section between art, science, and technology, and design. And polymorph means being in a state of transition. And I think, of course, life itself is always in a state of transition. And since it is in a state of transition, it needs to be questioned all the time. So we see it as our duty to kind of question reality and question the transition that we observe around us and to make work out of that or for that. And we like to do that with combining immersive technologies or emerging technologies and novel ideas. So that's why a lot of our work is kind of philosophical. And we don't limit ourselves to any specific medium. So we will work analog, digital, anything, use everything that we need for a project. Polymorph started off as a theater group. So my background is I'm a filmmaker, so I'm used to making things for the flat screen. I made documentaries and feature films and short films. And after that, I started working in the theater. And basically, a lot of our theater were like not classical theater like your experience. They're more like immersive theater, where the audience was not sitting there, but was really placed in the middle of the action. And also, often you would also be able to interact with the actors, or with the environment, or the space, or with with each other. And in all of these projects, we wanted to incorporate also technology. So we work with video mapping technology, we work with drones, with all kind of different systems, immersive sound. In the latest years, Polymorph developed itself from like a theater company towards an XR company, where we create interactive art pieces for festival settings, for museums, and sometimes commissioned by businesses, but also a lot of them are commissioned by ourselves, and we try to raise funding for that. And as I explained, a lot of our work evolves around the body. So we try to engage in more long-term research projects, and this is kind of the different fields where we work in. So as a research studio on immersive storytelling, we're interested in narratives and how the body creates these narratives. And of course, the body has all of these senses to do so. So how does this, the information that the body is reached by the senses, create a story in the brain? How does the brain function in that process? That's kind of one element where we work on. At the same time, if you look at the human body, we kind of average. We cannot fly. We are not the fastest animal on earth. What makes us special is that we have this capacity to create tools for our body. And of course, we talked a lot these days about the technological tools. So one of the strategies of the human body is to kind of enlarge the body, to augment the body, and to have more power on the natural world and the surrounding, is of course by inventing technology. So that's the mediated body, the technologic body is one of our main focuses as a research field. And also what kind of questions does that raise if these technologies change? But that's not the only tool that our intelligence has created. We also have the capacity to manipulate words, to create stories, and with these stories, we kind of framed it as the social body. We are able to connect people and to interconnect people and to create communities through our stories with each other. And that's maybe even powerful than the power of technology itself. Because it's the stories that create movement and change. And largely overlooked as a part of the body is this, how we frame it, is the symbiotic body, where the body is not only this piece of flesh and blood here, but it is fundamentally intertwined with all life forms on Earth, with the environments and the ecosystems that support it. So if you look at the body as this kind of layered thing that it has a reach into the real world, we kind of see that as our play space to design for. I want to have a very quick or short introduction on the theater work. So one of the projects that we did was Sigmund, and Sigmund was at the end of World War II, in the bunker of Hitler. The Allied forces, they found a very interesting thing. They found a record collection of sound recordings. And on this record collection, there was all kind of different expressions of the human voice recorded. And it was a strange, mysterious sound. Nobody knows who made them and why they were in the bunker. And a young German artist, Marcel Bayer, he wrote an amazing book about it, Flughunde. And we turned Flughunde into an opera piece, a spatial opera. So we built a huge stage, 25 by 21 meters, where 40 people of audience could be in the space, and they would occupy the space together with the actors. So we had a crew of 15 actors, and some people around that more. And around this system, there was a sound system of 40 speakers outside and inside this building, this space, creating a kind of a labyrinth of voices. Marcel Bayer, in his book, he posed a main character who was a scientist studying the human body, and he had a thesis that the human soul was housed in the vocal cords of the human body. So in the soft parts of your skeleton, there's this vibrating thing that if every time when you use your voice, it imprints itself in the vocal cords. Of course, this is not a science fact, but that was the theory of this main character. So Flughunde was about that. So we create this labyrinth of voices where the audience was completely free to engage in the experience. Should play a very short clip. So, and within the piece, people would be able to, they would have food, snacks, they could walk around, could see wherever they wanted. Just to give an expression. So this is kind of the space. And what I found very interesting was that like the audience would have this collective experience of the story because that was, of course, projected over the whole installation with all of these speakers. But at the same time, they were not always at the main action of the theater piece, because sometimes the main action would be in a certain room when you would not be there. So you were actually history, like history itself, is also a bit like that. That we have this collective experience of something collective, and at the same time we have this very individual relationship with that history and with that experience based on where we are at that moment. So the whole piece was constructed in that sense as an open space where you have a collective story, but at the same time you have this very individual, different content, and even the opera itself, which was created out of electronic manipulation of the human voice and opera sound only for voice. Sometimes the content itself was different depending on what scene you were looking at. So the same sound would mean something else in a different environment. So that was basically like our first, maybe research in meta, before that even was a thing, and it was very analog. And also in that project, we like to experiment with technology. This is your human vocal cords, and we made a recording of the main singer while performing. And this is how it looks like when you sing or speak.
Ik kan moeilijk geloven dat zij een kind is van God. Haar stem giert en boert, slaat over en begint opnieuw. Haar keel schuw worden, veel te hard.
Okay. What I find fascinating is not only like history has these different parallel layers, but even your body does things that you never know of because you're not able to see in your body. And technology makes that possible to augment and to reach places where you can have an experience like nothing else, but which is rooted in reality. So, I jump on after a lot of theatrical work. We started to do long-term research projects, and the first one we did was on the sense of smell, and that resulted in a book in which we kind of conceptualized new ideas for smell design, but also try to kind of have the state of the art of smell design kind of compiled in a book. When I was young, I kind of lost my sense of smell. I was very sensitive with my sense of smell. I kind of lost it. And as a designer, I'm very, very visual when I do create something. And I thought it was interesting to figure out how would the world look like if we would design it from our nose perspective, with an other sensory system in a key in the central space. So that's what we did with a book. And the cool thing, I'm going to go back to this one. If you think about smell, it's one of the senses that is one of the oldest of the body itself, and it's connected to the old parts of the brain. So that means that it is connected to your limbic system, where you have it's able to kind of connect with your emotional state and to kind of trigger emotions very easily. At the same time, since it's kind of in this more old part of the brain, you cannot really rationally think about it too much. So what I find very interesting as a designer is you can create subconscious messaging to your audience that has a real effect without the audience noticing what's happening, giving you a strategic tool. At the same time, smell is also very interesting because it's a very intimate medium. It works with the actual stuff itself. If you smell something, you actually have this chemical connection with a certain element with the material itself. So if you're now sitting next to each other and you smell the other, the actual body of the other is in your body. This is the most intimate connection you can ever make. At the same time, we kind of realized smell is also a data system, and we often forget that it is a data system. People are able to smell each other's fear. And for instance, women are more sensitive. They have a more sensitive sense of smell. They can smell if someone in the room is just ovulated. And then they become socially more passive-aggressive to such a person. So it is a data system that we use constantly, but we are not aware of it. And there's a lot of design kind of making use of that ability. And of course, as a storyteller, you can also do a lot of positive and beautiful things with it. I'm not going to tap into all of the design ideas that we had with it, but if you think about this body, we already said we often see a body as this limited thing, this limited to the body itself. But if you look at the body from a smell perspective, the body is fluid. It is etheric. It is able to be in front of the body. It can be in a space earlier than the body itself, or it can leave a trace in the body. So that means that it is able to travel in time almost. So in a sense, your presence is around you, and not only in the specific space where you're at. So I think that's really interesting to kind of change your perspective on what we are as a body. And also a very interesting element of smell is that it grounds in something in reality, because it has this chemical, physical compound. So if you would imagine yourself that above this crowd over here, there's a huge bread hanging in this space. I think if you would focus on this French baguette and you would see it here, actually it's not that hard to kind of visualize the bread in space. But if I ask you to think about the smell of cheese, your brain cannot do it. But at the same time, if I give you the image of a bread and I give you also the smell of the bread, the body thinks it's really there, because it has another sensory piece of information that kind of confirms that the image that you're looking at is not fictional, it's reality. And that's very interesting. Later on, I moved to VR, but often we think VR is such a beautiful medium. But even here, I'm projected on the screens, and I'm in front of you. Without all of the other senses, you would not know if this would be a film or not. It's the other senses that inform that your experience now, here in the here and now, is actually real, because the other senses give the information too. And that's often overlooked if you think about new media or digital design. We only design for the image, for the eyes, and we forget about the rest of the body. So we did a lot of research on smell. I can talk a whole keynote about it, but to kind of work with smell as a designer, we first created a technology to control it. So we call it our smell printer. It's actually not a printer, but a control machine. And with that, we created our first big installation. Voila, Famous Death. So Famous Death is a interactive art installation. The audience is shoved into these morgue freezing cells, and you will be there in the dark. So we don't use any images. The only media that we use is smell and sound. You'll be there in dark. You cannot get out. You have a panic button. If you panic, you can get out. But in any other way, you cannot. And in the project, you can be a famous person until the moment that you die. So we have like 4 or 5 scenarios. You can be John F. Kennedy, Whitney Houston, Lady Diana, Vincent van Gogh, or who am I forgetting? Gaddafi, yeah. But the thing is that the story is told in a first-person perspective. So you will be Vincent van Gogh for this 5 minutes until you die. And the interesting thing is, of course, that the medium is created by the brain itself. We only help the brain to kind of create the story. But that makes the brain makes use of all of the knowledge that it already have about these famous lives. And you experience how it is to die. We also kind of created that piece very documentary. So we did a lot of research on what was the chain of events of this famous person before it died, and what could we smell in these spaces. So these are police photos of Whitney Houston's hotel room. She was working on a comeback, and she used crack cocaine that fatal evening, and you can see also menthol cigarettes. So out of these pictures, we could kind of figure out what would be present in the space. This is the bathtub that she died on. You can see a gravy jar, and the gravy jar contains olive oil because he wanted to bath in the natural product. And unfortunately, she put the tap water of the bath too hot, and when she stepped in, she got a blood rush and fainted and drowned. So it was a tragic accident. But in all of the experience, we try to work with the actual material, documentary material. And since it's kind of first-person perspective, you could consider it like an analog VR system in a way. When we talked with the audience, a lot of strange things happened, and a lot of people. One of these experiences is about Gaddafi, and Gaddafi is fleeing away to Sirte. And when he got bombed by rebel forces, by French jet fighter, he gets bombed. He hides, and then he's found by the rebel forces, and of course put to death. But during this event, we pump in the smell of burnt rubber in the space, and a lot of people, when they did this experience, they thought that we would also heat up the installation, so we would also work with temperature, which was not the case. But for us, it was very interesting because it made us realize that pumping in the smell of burnt stuff triggers the flight or fight mode of the body. So it prepares for fleeing and therefore heating up the body. Also, since you're laying in the installation in complete darkness, you completely lose your sense of space. So that's also very interesting that there was a lot of things happening to the brain that we didn't expect as designers that created even more immersion. Can I have a glass of water, please? If there's some water, I would like that. So working with smells kind of made us realize our body is basically this chemical machine, a chemical robot that is kind of triggered automatically by substances. And in that sense, that's kind of counter our idea that we are in full control over the body. Actually, maybe the reality is we're not in control. But we were thinking about how can we utilize, if you have a sip. So, thanks. How can we further kind of research that idea of the body as a chemical machine and the brain as the main area for storytelling? So we created a research project called Synaptic Theater, which consists of different research projects, and it's still ongoing. And one of the first ideas was, if you think about medialization, it's often outside of the body. We look at the screen, we read a book, we have a VR headset on our body. It's outside of the body. But the storytelling is inside of the brain. Can we kind of directly create storytelling inside the brain? And there's already a lot of interesting research on kind of telepathic technology to kind of create brain-to-brain interfaces. But at that time, we were thinking, can we use the hormones, like the chemicals that speak to the brain to feel something or to think something, use that directly to create an experience? So our first goal was to create an emotional transplant. So maybe I have my dog, very happy when I give him food, and I can feel the same emotional response that my dog has as a transplant. Or what happens if I will go from very sad to happy to melancholic or something like that, but just triggered by hormones in your bloodstream. So kind of we reached out to certain scientists in Holland, but we kind of found out, we kind of know what a certain hormone does to the brain, but we don't know what happens if we stack that up into a storyline. So it was way too dangerous to proceed on that stuff. So we thought if we cannot kind of input the brain at this moment, maybe we can output the brain. So that created another synaptic theater project, is called the Entangled Body. And here you see a medium, a spiritual medium, and there's a photo of her with ectoplasma. So in her, a spiritual medium is able to kind of connect with the spiritual world by this ectoplasm, which is a material. It's not material, but it's in between material and the spiritual world. And this is evidence of its existence. And of course, it's fake photography. But it's interesting that each technology kind of also tells us a story about how we perceive our body and reality. So the technology is also informing us to share ideas about how we think about ourselves. So within the Entangled Body, we tried to create an ectoplasma, an outside body, an outside spirit of your own spirit. And we used, for that we used BCI technology, so brain-computer interface. This is my son wearing it. We're measuring emotional state of my son, in this case, but of the audience. And from that we can make a prediction of the emotional state. And that's translated into a computer sculpture. So if my son would be very anxious, we would have an anxious sculpture able to convey that emotional state. If it would be very calm, we would have a calm sculpture. So in that sense, we made a digital sculpture out of that data. And that data is projected in this physical space where the user is sitting, and with the hand in between these pillars, it could feel this digital sculpture. And for the technology, we used ultrasound. So in these pyramids, you see speakers, and they are able to kind of laser position points in space and make them vibrate. And if the hand touches that point, you feel something. So it's an invisible sculpture actually created out of sound as a medium, which is able to actually make you feel your emotional state. And that's why we call it the Entangled Body, because it entangles, it's a live feedback system. So if I touch this digital sculpture, I maybe get influenced by what I'm feeling outside of my body, which is telling something about my inside. And maybe it changes my emotional state. So this is a live feedback loop, and that was also translated to a sound design around you that helped you understand what you were feeling. So it had the same expression of emotional state. And with hindsight, it's a bit like quantum mechanics, because within this pot, there's nothing. There's only the potential of the sculpture. The sculpture is in the computer. It's not there in reality. But at the moment that the audience is engaged in the act of perception, it sparks into reality. So it's in a beautiful way, poetic way, also a quantum artwork in a sense. This is one of the sketches we made for these digital sculptures for calm, and this is an example how scientists use the technology to levitate a droplet of water, and you can see how you can manipulate it into shapes and into a digital sculpture in a sense. But then, of course, we didn't use water. And we used Marianne Olbricht's research on haptic objects to kind of figure out what kind of sculpture shape should we create to kind of feed back emotional state. And this is the outside of the installation. When it's turned on, all of the outside go flash up, so the bystanding audience could see where's the most brain activity in the installation. And another variant of the project. Within the synaptic research, we also stumbled upon this research of the University of Helsinki, I think. And when we saw it, we thought it was a heat map, and it's not a heat map. So we mistook it for a heat map. But if it's a datafication of a survey the university did with a lot of people, and they asked them, if you are in a certain emotional state, where do you feel a change or a pain or a transition or a heat, a bodily response to the body. So they had a big inquiry, and that kind of resulted in this visualization of this, how the body kind of reacts to emotional states. And it's really interesting because if people are angry, it shows up the fists, because maybe you need to fight. And if you feel depression, there's almost no experience of the body. So we thought that was a really awesome data set. And it inspired this, because we made this mistake, we thought it was a heat map. We first did some experiments with students where we kind of had a story, and during the story we tried to recreate the heat maps in a certain way. So we kind of first mapped the story on its emotional journey. Maybe it starts really depressive and it ends up joyful, and then we mapped this journey, and then of course we created this stimulus on the body, having cold pack and heat packs to kind of create this effect and see what happens. And of course it didn't work that you had to cry or you had a warm heat pack on your body. And of course it's also, if you get this, it also takes you out of the immersion. So but at the same time, it was really immersive. It was a really powerful tool to get you into the story and get you involved. So we thought it was so promising that we created our own technology to control heat, which resulted in a new project called Cosmic Sleep. We basically created a blanket with inducers that we can heat up or cool down certain points, and with that we can make a heat animation on the body. In this case, we created a story of the user being a comet traveling through our solar system, and for that we also worked together with a perfumer and a scientist who kind of out of the data, because the comet is kind of this is the comet. It has a sonde researching it, and out of that data we could know what would be the smell of the comet. So we recreated the smell with the perfumer, and then the user would lay down on this table, and you have this heat blanket on your body. You would hear the story, and at the same time have heat animation, so you feel the sun, how you move around the sun. You would feel impact of certain bodies hitting you. Really strange, because in normal life you always know where the heat source is if you are somewhere, and in this case it's totally strange to experience this. So yeah, to kind of sum about like in between. So if we think about technology and the body, we kind of see this trend, like a lot of old-fashioned media is always outside of the body. I think we're now in this transitional stage where a lot of technology is on the body. We wear our clothes, we have our iPhone, we have our watch, and it's all connected to the body, but it's on it. We have our glasses or our fake teeth. But I think in the future, it's already starting. We see technology move into the body. It will be part of the body. So for polymorph, that's an important transition. Another transition that we kind of observe in the media space is, if you consider, look at like more the old style media, they're looking at media. You see it, it's also outside of the body. It's talking to you like a film. But you see a transition to the being there. We had some amazing examples yesterday and today also, how we as audience want to be within the experience. And for polymorph, it's more also interesting to kind of take it one more step further to putting the audience into the position where they are it. Can you be the rock traveling our solar system, or can you be another gridder or another being, and what does that mean? This is a familiar schematic maybe, but we use it a lot when we create new projects to kind of plot what is the public, the user position of the audience when you create a media experience. How do you want them to participate within it? Is there interaction or not? Do you have impact on the story or not? Or are you there as a ghost, just looking at, or are you there framed as a character in a role within the story space? And based on that, there's different modalities. I think in every quadrant you can make immersive work, but the being it, character with impact, for me that's the most interesting one at this moment. So if you think also about the level of immersion, then of course, in the end, it's, I mean, in the simplest level, you can, of course, create rational understanding by giving information. But even stronger is to work with narrative, where you create embodied emotional relationship with the piece. And I think that creates even more engagement for the audience with the project. But in the end, you want to challenge belief systems. I think the biggest immersive space is where you challenge with friction or seduction, or we can do different strategies how to challenge you to think about your belief system and to change that. So for us, the biggest impact is in the part where you create alternative perspectives, also because where the narrative becomes combined with your own wisdom, there is the thing that it has the biggest impact. You want to, the work becomes part of the user. So that's what we try to aim for. So one of the most recent projects is now on tour in the world is Symbiosis. And Symbiosis is a multi-user VR project in which we have 6 users interconnected into one world. So that means they start in this world in different points, and in the end they come together in the central space, meeting each other within VR. With the project, we want to kind of speculate about our future and about our relationship with nature, because we're obviously in a moment of crisis. There's decline of biodiversity. There's climate change. There's a lot of environmental damage that we're doing, and I think a lot of that has to do that. Our current world is completely human-centered, human-centric in its design. It's only focused on our demands, our wishes. So in symbiosis, we kind of think tank what might happen if we leave that position and move towards a more symbiotic relationship with nature, more inclusive to other life forms, maybe even future life forms, and how might that impact our societies and our spirituality and our emotional state and relationships. So that's what we do with all these different stories that are connected to the project. I'm going to show you a short clip.
It was the first redesign of my body architecture, and at first I loved it. My redesigned hypersensitive hybrid body could sense realms of smell never experienced before. The mist of my human imperfections dissolved, revealing completely new layers of reality, beauty, complexity, and meaning. I could experience the hidden corporal pleasures of becoming with my insect kin, and the smell language of the butterfly flock would scale up the reach of my hybrid body for miles and miles.
So within the project, you will not be yourself, but you will be a combination of a human and an endangered species, the DNA. And that creates a crossbreed that is the life form that you will embody in the experience. And for the experience, we create a fully multifunctional, multisensory experience. So we use soft robotics, wearables for the user. So every user has an avatar, of course, in the VR, and they have a soft robotic suit that kind of helps you to become that animal or new being. And soft robotics like working with inflatables powered by air or liquids. We use air. And with that creates not only a different body architecture, but also different emotional responses. And the work is loosely based or kind of inspired by the work of Donna Haraway. She's a famous philosopher, activist, biologist. And she wrote this amazing book, Staying with the Troublemaking Kin in the Clutocene, in which she advocates for a future where we're not trying to solve the problem with technology, but to kind of adapt to the problem. And in her book, she poses this future society where certain humans want to, instead of making more people and overpopulate the planet, try to genetic merge with an endangered species to kind of create new relationship, because with that act, you kind of incorporate the father or the mother of the endangered species into your family tree. It becomes part of your heritage. It becomes also part of your care of healing the planet in that way. So it's really a really amazing book. And we've worked with that as a backstory for our own stories. So within that society, we created 6 new narratives. I'm going to skip this one. So in nature, this symbiosis and mutualistic coexistence is nothing new. I mean, in nature, you can see it everywhere. This is a spider that has a frog as his pet. They live together, and the frog is eating away the little mosquitoes that kind of harm the web of the spider, and the spider protects the frog. This fish uses the anus of the sea cucumber as its home. And this is a nasty bugger. This wasp uses the body of a caterpillar to kind of become the nest of his offspring. And at the same time, it's creating a connection with the brain of the wasp, so it can kind of puppeteer it to chase off predators. So it's really interesting. Also like this, if you think about nature, and especially we think about plants and trees, we often think about it as this like kind of stupid, low on complexity things, not able to do anything. But there's more and more research, of course, that plants can communicate. They can even sense pain. This is an ancient weed able to move. So they're not standing still. It's able to walk around the earth. But it's like philosopher Daniel C. Dennett, he kind of explains this. This is all process of consciousness, a competence without consciousness. And I think it's a very cool concept that nature's kind of created out of all of this mechanical system that have a competence without necessarily having to be conscious or having to have a spirit, but to still be complex adaptive systems. And they are. And we're learning more and more how they function and that they're intertwined and interconnected. So that's also what we take as a starting point for the experience. This is a human cell. This is you on the smallest level. And if you think about the human cell, it's created out of the mergence of different cells that were singular life forms, but joined together to become a new cell. So multiple celled beings are already, in its essence, a symbiotic system in a way. And this is of my favorites. This is a protein in your nerve, dragging another protein like a robot. And you cannot think about thinking of this as a little animal or something, but it is a chemical robot. It's totally animated. Next to that is, I think it's really cool research on xenobots. I don't know if you heard about it, but I think it's one of the most interesting things at the moment, where they create robotics out of stem cells of frogs. So they grow them into muscle cells and into body cells, and by having computer models run body architecture, evolutionary programs, they come up with bodily designs for these robots, and then they can create them, of course, in a lab. And these become like lifeless because they're kind of a life form, but at the same time they're not. They're biology and technology at the same time. If you think about our project, we took that as the base of the project, that future technology will probably be biological, will probably be completely hybrid. It will not be the silicon stuff that we're talking about now. It will be in between biology and something man-made. So this is the actual project itself, Symbiosis. This is the suits. This is the frog character, a toad character. You have cheeks that move. And this is some of the other characters. So in total we have 6. And you see all of these soft robotic silicon elements that are able to give a manipulation to the body. This is a chin inducer, a frog, the slime mold. And we created all of these things ourselves with 3D printers and casting models. A lot of trial and error, a lot of time, but in the end it worked. And the system works with these cylinders. Each time one of these things go down, they pump air to the system. And with that we have full control over the whole thing. And within the story, there will be cues. So certain moments you will hear that you might be able to eat something, and at such a moment you get a food snack. So within the project we work together with a Michelin star restaurant to create food snacks. They're all vegan, and this is for the toad character who are going to eat a vegetarian toad egg. Because if you think about this future, which is symbiotic, we cannot eat each other anymore. Maybe you are already vegetarian, but that might not be enough if you also want to consider that plants have a right to be there. So we need to kind of find new ways of feeding each other. So who's eating who and why? And in the project, we have different solutions to that food dilemma. So this is a character we created in the Symbiosis that is growing her body. It's a sisterhood, a holy sisterhood that grows its body into a food source for the community. At certain moments you can eat her, and then she goes back to meditate and regenerate the body to kind of repeat the cycle. But you can also have like a technological solution. So another system is, we call it a food Tamagotchi. It's kind of gathering food materials to 3D print food and give that to people. Other thing that we work with is smell. It's completely auto-triggered. So in this case, the smells are on the body of the suits of the users. And in this canister, you also see the white liquid. And the liquid is a herb that kind of triggers oxytocin in the brain, oxytocin production in the brain. So people who smell it, oxytocin kind of tells to the brain who is part of your kin group or not. So it's creating relationship, and that's why we thought it was awesome to kind of work with that in the experience, because we want you to fall in love not only with your digital twin, but also with each other. So some of the artwork in the project. So we have this people that are hybrid between human and butterflies. This is an animal that is actually two animals working together to become one body. One is gathering the food. This is one of the main characters, which is a human genetically interbreed with a butterfly, and then she could not cope with the consequence of that bodily change, and she changed again into orchid flower. So maybe in the future, like in a digital avatar, we can change our real body and express our identity with that. Of course, maybe it's a bit far in the future. One of the characters is multi-body. That's actually three people interconnected in the space itself to become one body. And in the story, they also share brain. And the brain is also accompanied with an AI system that's tapping into their brain and helping them. And another character you can be is a slime mold, which is an actual animal, which is really interesting because it can remember things, it can share data, but it doesn't have a brain or nerve cell because it's just one cell. So this is an interesting enigma in biology, that there's ways of storage of information and knowledge beyond the nerve cell. This is our AI system. And we're now working on an adaptation of Symbiosis where people can be a lichen colony with 9 people at the same time. And they can step in and step out of these holes with the VR headset. And then they can connect with each other by squashing smell canisters. And they also have haptic feedbacks. This is a design sketch for it. As a spin-off on Symbiosis, we created Future Botanica. It's just almost funded, so we're going to start working on it next year. And in Symbiosis, we created this new nature, this future nature, from the perspective of us as artists. But with Future Botanica, we want to invite the audience and the users to create the new nature and to think about their way of perceiving nature and what their wishes about nature. And so Future Botanica will be an augmented reality app where we ask the users to create future nature and plant that into the real nature. So you will have these hybrid gardens that are both physical and virtual, both in the here and now and both in the future, gathering and collecting these stories about the future. And the user will create and generate these new life forms with generative AI systems that we're going to incorporate. This is and with these gardens that will exist and the plants, you can run scenarios. So you can run change the context, maybe have an ice age scenario or a higher level water scenario, or a dry scenario, or a plastic contamination scenario, whatever. And by planting new organisms in the collective garden, they will influence each other. So this project's mostly about the fragile balance that even if we want to do good by adding beneficial plant of life forms to ecology, I might do wrong. Because it's all in a close balance. Everything is influencing each other. Because with the gardens, you can run simulations. So, yeah, you control the life forms, you create them in this in this kind of cell level layer, where you are able to kind of, we call it world inducers. So each scenario creates a certain amount of elements available to you, and they are prompted with words into this world. And by collecting these elements and combine them into a prompt sequence, you actually build the DNA for your new life forms. So, while of course DNA it creates the expression of the life in nature, the words create the expression of the AI. They control the AI. So in this project, they merge into one system. Another project I want to share with you, it's the thing we're now working on, microbiome restaurant. And it's about our question our beliefs in our body. Not only do we think our body is like singular, individual, I have full control over it. If you look at the biological truth of the body, you almost have 100 times more microbes living in and on your body than the body cells of the body itself. So if you look at the body from that perspective, you're a holobiont. We are fundamentally connected to our microbiome. All of these microbes, we need them to survive. And we are in one close ecology interconnected with them. So the project is all about that, and to think about that, the consequence of that from this different perspective. And it basically is 3 different XR installations that are together. They are one project. And with the project, you're going to dine. So it's a food experience where we have 3 main courses. You have starter, main course, and you have the dessert. Each experience is different. This is the first one, dinner for 2, where the audience will lay down on this kind of dish, and a robotic arm is going to scan to certain points of the body to give you a camera feed, a microscope camera feed of how your body looks like, magnified a couple of times. And then in that sense you discover that you are actually in an environment for other gridders. You're not only there on yourself, you're together. So you'll discover what's living on you, and in the end we will move to a full VR representation of microbiome on an electron microscope level, where you can actually feed these microbes by pushing a button. You will get a food solution on a specific point of the body, and at the same time you also get a food treat in your mouth. So it's a dinner for 2 with you and your microbiome sharing food together. Futuristic dining. The second course, main course, is all about how microbiome in your gut system is, if you look at your gut system, most of the hormones that you use in your brain to make you feel, they are in the neurotransmitters. They are produced by the microbes in your gut system. So each time when you eat a pizza, these bacteria or microbes give up these dopamine and stuff as a result. And that makes you feel good. So you get maybe happy by eating a fatty pizza because these microbes want you to take another one. And in that sense, we're kind of the zombie controlled by the microbiome as much as we are controlling the body itself. So this part is about this relationship where the microbiome is kind of have an impact on your emotional state of the brain. And you can choose different meals for it to kind of not fill your stomach, but to cure your mental state or help your mental state to adapt or change. And it's all based on science. And then, since most of these microbes don't enter the mouth, your body by the mouth, because they're killed off by your digestive system, most of them come into your body by your anus. So we create a high cuisine, haute cuisine, a very luxurious dining experience for your anus, where we feed your anus with certain food supplements. And for that we create these chairs. They're upside down chairs where the user will sit, and we'll create a garment where you'll be anonymous, so people cannot see who is there. You can only, and of course a lot of people will not do this. So we create this as a performance movie, but for a certain exclusive VIP thing, you can also do it. And the last project, like dessert, is about, it's called Liquid Memories. And in that piece, this is an AI sketch, we create a speculative body. And the audience can fill up the body with lived experience. So we ask people to leave their emotional, precious memories, things that had impact them, as a voice recording into the system. And while they do that, we measure emotional state, and we found out that almost every emotional state is kind of handled by the concentration of these three hormones. So your emotions in this case is translated to these liquids. They are added to the system, and hovering underneath this system will be an augmented reality representation of this nerve, your brain nerve cells influenced by these liquids. And at the other point, there's an extraction point where audience can listen into the memories. They can see how the memories influence also the microbiome, how it grows on the body, because each time that this balance in chemicals changes, it changes also acidity of the full body, and in its sense also how a memory is stored is not only in your brain, but it's stored in the full body. So it's about that. So, and when you extract the memory, you are able to also hear the memory, but also have a drink that you can drink that enhances the emotional state. And with that, we work with very cool science partners. I want to brag a bit, so, but I'm not going to mention. So, since I'm fully out of time, I'm going to skip all of these last slides, which is just cool. It looks really cool. There's another project we're working on as a river song. I'm happy to talk to you about it after this keynote. And then, last slide. Yeah, happy to have your questions.
Yes, thank you very much for that impressive presentation. Due to time constraints, I think we can take one question for this presentation. 시간 관계상 한 개의 질문을
Due to time constraints, we will only take one question. Do you have a question? Please raise your hand. If there's no more question, this concludes the presentation.
And thank you so much for your presentation once again. 네, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 오래 기다리셨습니다.
Finally, the last global lecture of the 13th ISSM. The theme of the next lecture is Science Space for Collaboration and Cooperation. Let me invite Jung Soo-yeon, CEO of N-Space, who will talk about spatial community. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
네, 반갑습니다. 저는
I am Jung Soo-hyun from N-Space. This symposium is too very much interesting, and the previous presentation was really interesting to me. I am so happy to be here. The crisis and opportunity of space is the theme of this event. I'm not from the field of art or technology. I am designing services for people who will be using space.
So, wish I could meet speakers before me so that I can imagine our world in our daily lives. But it is very rare for us to meet with those people, right? In reality, we can only meet those people via newspaper and also on TV. So I think that is one of the reasons why science is considered as something distant from our reality. So during my presentation, I would like to talk to you about how the people from the science community can closer to us and how we can address that issue using spaces. So this is the topic of my presentation. I think many of you have never heard of my company and space. So we been creating and sharing spaces, and also we are connecting IT and also space for the last 10 years, and we are doing prop tech business. And you know what the developer means by, right? Normally it is related to real estate sector, and traditionally, normally in a field, just like speaker before me showed us imaginative world. It is about creating a space out of nowhere, and the ones who do that, we call them developers. And developers is one of the occupations which really is respected by many countries. And so we also do have developers really in terms of varied sizes, and we call them developers. And also N-Space wants to become developer as well, but we want to take a step further. And not only about the science field, but I would like to talk to you about the importance of space. There's space where the population density is high, and there are small size cities where not many people live. There are so many spaces which are underused. So I believe that spatial issues are all different from one to another. So we've been thinking about how we can address space-related issues, and so that we can provide space at affordable price to people, and also for area whose space is underused, we promote the utilization of space so that we can utilize the space uses in local areas, and that's what we call developers, and we are serving ourselves as the social developers. And just like Studio AdTech, we want to make a city where many people want to come and also live. And Space Cloud is one of the representative projects that we have been doing. So just like Airbnb, it's like a reservation platform to rent a space. And here, there are 50,000 spaces being distributed, and we've been providing this service for the last 7 years. And about 15 million cases were being used by NZ generation. So they do have their own content, and they just needed a space to work in. So this platform is growing every day. So data, space, and also experiences are where we have strength. And this is like a social mission. So about 10% of the revenue being generated out of this platform has been returned to develop areas which would make us happier. And as we accumulate those experiences, we also get to collaborate with many public organizations and companies. And we are doing this kind of projects which are beneficial to everyone, and also the experiences that we have also been reflected upon education business. And I wonder what would be the urban and city model combining the science and also technology and also space. And it is my pleasure for me to share this kind of topic. So today I would like to talk to you about the community space. We need a community space in places where we live, and either the researchers and also those who conduct experimentation. I think we need to come together to exchange our ideas, and to do so we need a venue, we need a place. Of course, we are in museums, right, with a full of facilities, but we need a place for people so that we can do something together. That's why we need to make a user-centric city. What would be the ways to do that? So I would like to talk to you about the importance of a community space.
AI로 요즘 AI 툴이 너무
So AI tool is great these days. This is the image that I created using the AI, but I'm not that good at using the AI tool. So what we have looked into is that there are so many indicators which would make people feel happier. This is indicator from the OECD, which is well known. So quality of education, life expectancy. In terms of the quantity value, Korea tops or the least or standing at quite high places. But when it comes to balance in your life and also the community indicator, we really stays at the bottom. The Korea has been growing very fast based on technologies, and we are very good at that. But when it comes to working together, exchanging values together, walking together, and so we really do not spend so much time to imagine and also to work together. So till our parent generation, the Korea achieved the quantitative economic development. But from now on, I think we need to really recognize that the world is changing, to really place more importance on values and creation and also imagination. So I think rather than just focusing on quantitative value, we really need to have the infrastructure to innovate ourselves. As one of the methodologies behind, I think one of the solutions to this issue is to have infrastructure or space for a community. So I think it might sound like a completely out of context, but maybe I need to introduce to you about the project that we've been doing in our early days. So about 10 years ago, when we first set up our company, there are many startups and also tech companies. There's a co-working space index. So about 10 years ago, we did not have so many, but already globally, there were 2,000 co-working spaces were there. And Dropbox, Airbnb, already well-known Korean companies were created from the co-working spaces. That's why the government agencies and ministries think that we need to develop co-working space industries. So over the past 10 years, so many co-working spaces appeared. Now there are 20,000 co-working spaces worldwide. And using technologies and arts, you do not really have to go to your workplace. There are so many creative nomads who are traveling around and also working and also do the co-living. There are so many spaces being expanded worldwide for those co-working natives. And according to one survey, then why people use co-working spaces a lot and why is it important to us? And there were so many positive impact being witnessed. And to me, as a social developer, there's one interesting answer and feedback. When we use co-working space and when there is a space for community, then one people said that my social relationship or network or social asset will be expanded. Whether you do research or artworks, whatever you do, there are limitations if you do it by yourselves. But when individuals come together, then the collective capability is huge. I think that is something that everyone has experienced. I think that's the impact of the co-working space. Whether it is a licensed company or the university or research institute, they can hire experts and put it in one building, and that's why the direct impact can be created so that they can grow larger by larger. But there are so many individuals and members of a community, they find it very difficult to come together. So that's why a space for a community, when we create it, and it will create a lot of values for the public. That's why I started this business. And now I became the CEO of a company which distributes the biggest number of co-working spaces. And there are so many examples that I give you. And I think that I maybe need to bring up the first project, which is called the Space Noah. And there's a very old the building, small building next to Seoul City Hall. And when we created the space in this building, I had to think about cost effectiveness. I was back in my 20s, and I know when you are young, you want to set up your business big. But then when I asked potential users what would be the most important element, then they said that they do not want to just really visit cafes every day, and normally their universities are closed to the outsiders, and also renting a space is very expensive. So I asked them, so how much are you willing to pay for those who are in 20s? And they said that around like $40 to $80 will be enough to use the space for a month. That's how I started this project. So during the day, the fee was about 70 USD. So they can just freely come and work, and also they become friends when they use the space together. But then there's no much revenue being generated. So during the night or evening time, the revenue was created by renting the space to the companies. So during the day, we open the space for the young friends. And from that project, we first had 50 users from space, and they ate together, they spent time together. And during the interview, they even said that they cannot find someone to have a meal together. And also, the other creators of the smallpdf.com, they came to Korea, made Korean friends, and in a small space, there were so many interesting activities took place. And then the activities were shared through the media. I know it's what happened about 10 years ago. And this building was very small, and so many people were interested in developing this kind of a space. And then so many groups held events here, and there was a viral marketing that's renting this space to young people, then it would bring about positive impacts. I managed this space for about a year, and 18,000 people visited, and this space became a very interesting space for a community, and all of them were individual workers. So I think this was the very first project to make myself as a spatial developer, and my project was introduced to many people. And the one thing that I naturally came to know is that the space is like a medium, and the space is a tool and also a media. And when people gathers around that tool or space, then the values and experiences will be doubled and quadrupled, bringing about another set of experiences. And the first speaker talked about that. And the users become friends, meaning that there are opportunities for business as well. So although the space was very small, but it brought about the impact to really accommodate 18,000 people. It was very interesting. So back then, I do not really consider myself as a very official spatial developer, but I received so many messages on mobile. Somebody said that I'm running very small-sided cafe, and how can I promote my space? Or I have this big space, and how should I do it? And also I have a church, but during the day it's empty, and how can I open this space to the local community? There were so many interesting requests that I received, and there was also the Circle Association. There was a very expensive building located in Yeoksam area. The association had a quite big space in Yeoksam area, which is quite posh area, and they only used it 2 to 3 times a month, meaning that mostly that facility is empty. And the association said that they want to share their facility with the young people, and we created open contents lab. And I thought that we should never give this a space for free of charge without charging them anything in return. We should have from the users. That's why we came up with a membership system.
During the day, it was used as co-working space. During daytime, during weekends and at evenings, it was made available for free use. Instead, the users donated tickets for some events or donated the items or goods from their company. This open content lab was really interesting space. 400 small teams used the space and networked with one another. The foundation had an experiment in this space, and later this became a huge project led by the foundation. This space was stimulated, attracting 400 young people in the most expensive part of Seoul. One Seoul city government official called me. There were some idle spaces in Seoul City which could be turned into a community space, but Seoul City didn't have any experience in turning the space into a community space. They didn't know how to gather people. So we did the developing part of the project, and the first project was called it took place in Noryangjin in Seoul. There are many people who are studying for examination. The project was called Zero Gravity Space. And there are a concept called 고시연, which is property rented out to those people who are preparing to take examinations. But the living conditions of that property is really poor. All these people in Noryangjin are all alone, although there are so many people, and sometimes some of them can die alone. We wanted to provide community space that these people need. They didn't have living room to gather around. Living room has a cozy vibe. You can lie down on the couch, watch TV, eat, and read a book. Living space is a space where you can feel comfortable, and people in Noryangjin didn't have any living room. Seoul City did fundraising. I didn't want the space to be used without paying any money, so we created a membership system so that people can become members and come to the space anytime and network with people, eat with people, and do volunteer works together within the city, not just studying. 2,500 members subscribed to the membership program. It was a small space, but 2,500 young people used the space with their own discretion. They followed the rules. They held local events in the space too. They became the owners of the space with the sense of ownership. Each member who had been fragmented before came to the space to create a commons and become the owner of the space. There were 100 core members who visited the space frequently. I think that is a huge benefit of co-space, shared space. Whenever I see some space, I always think about who are the main users of this space and which community uses this space. There are many empty spaces that do not have that ownership. Community space can solve many problems that urban space has, and it can also create social assets. This presentation shows what I have been trying to do for the past 10 years. I'm not a technology or science expert, so this theme might not be familiar to you, but what I do is all about what will happen when science meets community space. In Korea, there is a community group called NUNS. This community is based on blockchain. This is an ideal community that I think. And this group has declared themselves as future innovation leaders. And the members of this group earned a lot of money, more than 6 billion Korean won, by investing in blockchain. They are investing a lot in real estate too. There are this membership program and their space. They are creating a true sense of community space, and all the members are passionate about blockchain technology. These crew members are called 논숙자, which means homeless who are members of NUNS. They also have scholarship program. They are really confident that when it comes to blockchain, they are the most smartest ones. You can see that they are really competent when you see their materials and their documents. This is truly a good community group. If you visit the group's website, you will see these images. Blockchain is hot these days, but there are not many organizations or companies that have been really successful financially in that part of investment. NUNS founder tried to gather people together into a community to have meetups and gatherings to build up their own social assets. So the motive was also great. There are 8 base camps of NUNS in Gangnam District, Seoul. These base camps are called NUNS Town. Recently, the 8th base camp was opened. The monthly rent is about 1.5 million won, which is comparable to average rent in Gangnam area. And if you see the criteria for residents to live in this community space, the standards are quite high. in this community, not just certain individuals get help or benefit. It is about all people getting something out of this community. This is a technology community and a membership program, but their ultimate goal is community, which is the key to revolution. It touched my heart again. Space, it should be the ball for community. The location does not matter. Space does not matter. It is all about making a community. Science spaces and science museums should be asking themselves if they are targeting at creating a community. That is the question that I want to ask in this symposium. Community strategy always emerges when there are gathering of capabilities for innovation. I want to ask you, do you have your strategy for community? Communities such as NUNS is only based in, this kind of community can only be found in Gangnam district in Korea. If we can further expand the scope of that kind of community, then it will be even greater. If more and more cities can have that type of community across the country, our whole country will become a better space. Sustainable Development Goals, the number 11 goal is about community. If you see the specific goals of this part, the goal is about community. All city experts already know that in order to become inclusive city, it is important to have multiple communities coexisting with each other, protecting each other. To do so, we need budget, but government always think about making some infrastructure if it is asked about building a community. But there are plenty of existing facilities that can be turned into a community that is owned by its members. There is Social Venture Valley in Seongsu. Seongsu is a very trending location. Behind that trend, there are venture groups based in Seongsu who believe in the power of community. There are well-known startups there too. For the past 10 years, at the early stage of the emergence of Seongsu district, there was this idea and funds that tried to attract startups to this location. All of the funds were private funds, and Seongdong government invested and provided some funds later, but at the beginning it was all private. Kravis Impact Scale, these organizations and companies wanted to gather businesses to Seongsu for the past decade. You will see these groups and companies in Seongsu. F&B, fashion, and entertainment businesses have also joined this part of Seoul, and their presence is continuously increasing the presence of this part of Seoul. I have been collecting some materials like this these days. Startups are important, not only in France, but also in other countries. There is F Station in Paris. Naver is also there. This is one of the representative example of that kind of space that is being driven by governments. Korea also has Creative Economy Innovation Center. Dublin is a city that I am looking at these days. Airbnb is also trying to move to Dublin. And I also want to go to Dublin. During the pandemic, Dublin cut their corporate tax by half. So IT companies and global companies can do their business without the burden of tax in Dublin. So Dublin has become very attractive place for businesses. If you open your business in Dublin, you will be enjoying the city's policy for business-friendly system. It is not only about the tax benefit. There are also various exchange and networking programs that can be created in Dublin. I think this kind of strategy is also what we need. For our next generation, there are students who are studying hard, but without no communication. I prefer a space where our next generation can meet up with new people, new experts, and experience new technology and try out new things, rather than a space like a library where all people just study. That is the community space that I am dreaming of. You can download these slides from the Creative Foundation's website. We did some research. There are YouTubers specialized in science, and we also interviewed these YouTubers and content creators. They had high needs for space, and they were looking for in which city they can find more opportunities for networking and community. TED Talk in Science Complex is also important, but they needed some space where they can take the leadership. Many respondents, actually more than 90% of our respondents, were asking for that kind of space. There are many facilities that are already there. Government officials were wanting to make better use of existing facilities by utilizing empty spaces scattered around the city. We can let people who are interested in that empty spaces to use that space, and that space can also be shared with the future generation.
So this will be a next generation of a model, and that will partially address the issues around the metropolitan area. And the assets owned by the public agencies really cannot be ran or operated by the private sector. So just like the project in Seongsu area, we cannot really have autonomy over the asset. So definitely we need to have more opportunities to create spaces like this, and also we need to experience all that. And I would like to propose the 3 different stages. First, the organization with less than 10 people, I think they need to be teamed up. Once such team is being built, I think the space needs to be big like this. Maybe you can have just a small space dedicated to tech-related issues and science-related issues so that they can build their experiences. And if it turns out that they run their space well, then they need to also be given opportunities to run big space. So I think we need to focus on the needs in the private sector. If we can build a space to meet the needs of the private sector, then I'm sure we can really make that space for the better. And we need to imagine wild and this is one of the imaginary projects. So in every community, either related to science, tech, and arts, and also metaverse, I think we should have a space to experience what it is like. We need this kind of imaginary space, but I think maybe we can use the co-working space in a local community to be used like that. So we need to build a space like this. It is not about building new buildings or creating a space, but maybe we can use already existing space for this kind of purposes, or it would be just fine to use just a small corner of the university or any building. And also they need to develop their own membership identity and also programs, and they need to be able to really wield their autonomy over the space given. This is the last page of my presentation. I'm back and forth between Seoul and Jeju on island, and there was a company called Taum, and also there's a very pretty building called the Space.1. And also as Kakao took over the town, and they're thinking about how they can better use this building. For those who are trying to build a community, we've been proposing the ideas to Kakao. We've been imagining what it would be like to create a community, and they come together exchanging ideas to solve social issues and also using digital technology. So please give your space to us, and please allow us to use this space as we wish. And also, I also would like to propose the same to you. If you think that you want to build a space like this one, then please do propose to us or to an organization in charge so that you can become community builder. So we really need to open our limitless number of spaces to creative people. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. We will move on to Q&A session. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Please raise your hand. Then we would like to raise one question, pre-collected. So the National Science Museum is composed of different buildings built in different times, which does not really harmonize with each other. So from the perspective of experts, how should we really change the layout of the buildings of the National Science Museum? Maybe my answer sounds very big, but I need to be cautious. One thing that I find interesting is that there are there are universities with our campus. For example, Minerva School, and also the university called the Mondrian. When they give our license to an organization, then the organization can build a university without the physical buildings, and then the graduates of that university can get the certificate from the Mondrian. So the facility is great here, and unfortunate that this building is not fully utilized by citizens around. And the first thing that we have to think about is to conduct educational experiments, and also we have to think of universities, and also the network for alternative education is large. I think the groups in charge of that programs will need this kind of facility. So you may need to sign an MOU with such organizations so that it could be used as a very good place and campus for many universities, and also sense of community space and also co-working space here, so that local residents can come not only to observe the exhibition, but also to participate in programs. And also for young people who use the space without gravity, we even tell them to clean, right? The symbol of users can be represented as whether they clean up the space or not. And the accessibility needs to be improved. Then I think your space will be better utilized by local residents.
We can receive one more question. To make sustainable space, what should we contemplate on? Aside from the theme of today, sustainability means two different things in real estate world. Space costs money, no matter what we do. There's there are rent, electricity, and more. Those things are important in operating space. The fixed costs should be at least lower than the values that the space can create. That is related to sustainability. If the project requires budget, then the ownership and the operating right should be given to the operators who can really effectively operate the space. And if it is about making money, then the ownership and the operating right should be given to businesses that can make the space sustainable. The second meaning of sustainability is closer to universal meaning of sustainability for people with impairment and for foreigners. And I have a dog, and for those people who have pets, we have to think about how we can make a universal studio for those people who have their own needs. The space should be able to accommodate all these people with different needs by incorporating universal design. If you see spaces in Korea, there are many spaces that limit entry of kids or pets. There is even no senior space in Korea. There are many spaces with limitations. When foreigners use spaces in Korea, they feel very inconvenient because there is huge language barrier and not all information is supporting different languages in Korea. We also have to consider zero waste and the environment. And all of these factors should be taken into account and reflected in our space. Actually, that kind of space is really limited in Korea. The space that can be universally operated for community, then we will be able to achieve sustainability of space. There are many teams in Korea too. I think we have to think about that too. Thank you very much for your answer. Please give her a big hand.
네, 발표 잘 들었습니다. 자, 제14회 심포지엄 ISSM 콘테스트는 다양한 시도들이 마침내 성료가 되었습니다. 참여해 주시고 또 준비해 주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 깊은 감사의 말씀 전해드리겠습니다. 저희 오전에 진행된 ISSM 콘테스트 2023 시상식과 또 참가자 이벤트 추첨을 끝으로 마무리를 지으려 합니다. 자, 그럼 본격적인 콘테스트 시장에 앞서 오늘 행사를 준비하기 위해 가장 많이 애를 써주신 분이시죠. 이성래 국립중앙
So, Sang-Lit Lee, President of National Science Museum, is going to deliver remarks maybe a bit later on because we need to take a break in order to rearrange the stage to award a prize. So we will resume the rest of the program from 4:10.
네, 저희 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 시상식 진행을 위해서 시상자분들과
May I have your attention, please? In order to proceed with the awarding ceremony, awardees, please come forward. May I have your attention, please? Awardees and also those who will present awards, please come forward.
You know that I need somebody like you. Don't you know that I need somebody that's true. It's a miracle you need someone too. 'Cause I know that I need somebody like you. And you know we all need someone to make it through. In the end we all need somebody, so love someone until you do. you know that I need somebody like you. And in the end we all need somebody, so love someone until you do. Don't you know that I need somebody like you? Don't you know that I need somebody like true?
네, 제13회 국제과학관 심포지엄 ISSM 콘테스트 등 2일간 다양한 프로그램들이 마침내 성료가 되었습니다.
So we have reached to the end of 2023 13th International Symposium of Science Museums. Thank you all for providing support for the ISSM, and we are going to conclude this whole event by also holding another round of the lucky draw. And before we proceed further, we are going to invite Sang Li, President of National Science Museum, who provided utmost support and also effort for the successful the completion of the event. So for the last 2 days, including today, I know that we have talked about many things, and I hope that the things that we have talked about will be reflected upon the site so that we can make an improvement, and we will also make almost efforts to hold a better symposium next year. Thank you so much.
될 수 있도록
And he again delivered the message of gratitude to those who supported the event.
시작하도록
We'll start the award ceremony for each category. Minister of ICT and Science will give the first place prize, and second place prize will be given by the president of Creative Foundation and the directors of National Science Museums, 5 National Science Museums. We are going to call out the winner of the exhibition category for the second place prize. Han Hyung-jun, the director of Science Museum, Lee Kyu-jung from Gwangju National Science Museum, and Kim Cheol-ri from the Science Museum.
네, 먼저 우수상 하겠습니다. 앞으로 나와 주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 우수상
Second place prize. It will be awarded by the president of National Gwacheon Science Museum. Lee Kyu-jung has been awarded with the second place prize. Han Hyung-ju, president of Gwacheon National Science Museum.
네, 꽃다발도 받아주시고요. 네, 잠시 대기해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 다음은 최우수상.
Next, first place prize. In the exhibition category, Kim Cheol-ri from National Science Museum.
꽃다발 함께 받아주시고요. 네, 축하드립니다. 네, 저희 기념 촬영 갖도록 하겠습니다. 네, 관장님께서 중앙으로 모시겠습니다. 네, 앞을 바라봐 주시고요. 네, 활짝 웃어주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 전시 부분 우수상과
The second and third place prizes for the exhibition category. Please give Director Han of Gwacheon National Science Museum a big hand. Next, education category. Ha Nam-hyung, Busan National Science Museum. The director at the museum will present the award. Please give him a big round of applause. Second place prize, third place prize, and the second place prize, Choi Seung-hye from Seoul City Science Museum. Please come to the stage. I'll start with the third place prize. The prize is awarded by Busan National Science Museum. 노한수, 정건혁, 박은지, 고준현 has been awarded at the 13th ISSM by the President Kim Young-hwan of Busan National Science Museum. Next, second place prize for the education category, 최승혜 from the Seoul City Science Museum, same as the aforementioned. We'll take a group photo. Please see the camera and put a smile on your face. Please give a big hand to the director. Ha. Next event category, second and third place prize. It will be awarded by Woo Sang-hee, the president of Daegu National Science Museum. Third place prize, 백창현 and Kang Sil-chung will receive the second place prize. Kang Sil-chung from Alien Lab and Baek Chang-hyun from Busan National Science Museum. We'll start with the third place prize. It will be awarded by Daegu National Science Museum. 백창현, 김미정, 이진희, 이상준 from Busan National Science Museum have been awarded this prize. President of Daegu National Science Museum. The second place prize. It is awarded by the president of Daegu National Science Museum. Alien Labs, Kang Shin-chul, same as the aforementioned. We'll take a group photo. Please come forward. See the camera. This is a special moment for them because their abilities are being recognized by the awards.
우수상과 최우수상을 시상하도록 하겠습니다.
Next, the operation category, Jeon Tae-ho, the president of Daegu National Science Museum, will present the award. Third place prize, Kwon Sol-min, Daegu National Science Museum, and Kim Chul-hee for the second place prize from National Science Museum. Please come up to the stage. Congratulations. I'll start from the third place prize. It will be awarded by the president of Gwangju National Science Museum. Daegu National Science Museum, Kwon Sol-min, has been awarded with this prize. President of Gwangju National Science Museum, Kwon Tae-ho. Please accept the flower. Second place prize. The award is from the president of Gwangju National Science Museum. The second place prize is being awarded to Kim Hong-jung and Kim Chul-hee, the same as aforementioned. Thank you very much. Let's take a picture together. Your hard work and passion have been shown well during the contest. Please accept the flower. Thank you. Please give a big hand to Jeon Tae-ho, the acting director of Gwangju National Science Museum. Next, second and third place prizes for communication category. Kwon Hyun-jun, director of National Science Museum, will be presenting the award. Please welcome him with a big hand. Third place prize, Yang Hwae-jung, National Science Museum, Chung Won-young, for the second place prize. I'll start with the third place prize. This is awarded by the President of Creativity Foundation. Gwacheon National Science Museums, Yang Hwae-jung, Im Do-won, Lee Myung-soo have been evaluated highly and are receiving this award. President Jo Yoon-nae of the Creativity Foundation. Next, second place prize. It will also be given by the President of the Creative Foundation. The second place prize is being awarded to Chung Won-young, Kim Bo-rim, and Lee Young-ju, same as aforementioned. Congratulations. We'll take a group photo. Please stand together. Various creative ideas have been presented. Kwon Hyun-jun, Director of National Science Museum, has presented the award. Please give him a big hand. Next, design category. Lee Sung-nae, the President of National Science Museum, will present the award. In design category, third place prize, Kim Yong-sung from Gwacheon National Science Museum, Park Se-ri, Gwacheon National Science Museum, will be receiving the second place prize for design category. I'll start with the third place prize. The prize is awarded by the President of National Science Museum. Kim Yong-sung, Gwacheon National Science Museum, has been highly evaluated in the contest and has been awarded with the prize. Lee Sung-nae, the President of National Science Museum. Next, second place prize. The award is given by the President of National Science Museum. Park Se-mi from Gwacheon National Science Museum, same as aforementioned. Congratulations on your amazing achievements. Let's take a picture together. Smile. Congratulate them with a big round of applause. Please give a big round of applause to Lee Sung-nae, President of National Science Museum. We are going to announce the winner of the grand prize.
So the President of National Science Museum is going to award the prize at the 13th ISSM Contest 2023 Grand Prize. Goes to Bae Seok-kyung under the exhibition category, and also Seo Joo-hwan, Park Hyun-woo from the Gwacheon National University, and also Yoon Eun-ji, and lastly Yoon Choi from the Gwacheon National Science Museum. Please come up to the stage. They are the grand prize winners. So, first of all, we will start awarding the category for exhibition. Under the category of the exhibition, this prize is awarded to Seok Kyung-bae from the KAIST. This prize is given to you for the excellence of your project. As of the 3rd of November 2023, Chung Ho, Minister of the ICT and Science. Here is your flowers. Thank you so much. And please stay with us on the stage. Next, for the category of education. For the grand prize of the education criteria, Heading Go from the Gwangju National Science Museum, the same as the aforementioned. Please be on stage for a moment. Next, the category event. Grand prize goes to Chu Bom-seo from the Alien Workshop. The content is the same as the aforementioned. Please stay with us on stage. And next, the grand prize under the operation category. Grand prize goes to Hyun-woo Park from the Gwacheon National Science Museum, the same as aforementioned. Please be on stage for a moment. Next, we'll move on to communication category. Grand prize goes to Eun Ji-yoon from the Gwangju National Science Museum. Congratulations. And lastly, from the design category, grand prize goes to Yuna Choi from Gwacheon National Science Museum, the same as aforementioned. Congratulations again, and we are going to take a group photograph all together. And I think we need to have the present at the center. Please face the camera and put the biggest smile on your face. Please give them a big hand. I think the future of science museums is bright. I'm sure they will play a very important role for the development of national science museums. Congratulations. You may return to your seat. And now, yes, President, you may return to your seat. Please give him a big hand. Congratulations.
제2일간 진행된
We are going to have a lucky draw business card event. Now we will have the lucky draw. These are the gifts that we prepared. The first Apple iPad. The secondary place will be receiving Galaxy Buds, and the third place winner will be given a chicken gift card, and this prize will be given to 7 winners. Let's pick business cards for the third place. 8 business cards will be picked. 8 winners will be announced.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 보여주세요. 네, 보이십니까?
Can you see?
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
이 8분께는
These 8 winners will receive a chicken coupon.
저희 접수대에서
You can get the coupon at the desk outside. Congratulations.
불러드리겠습니다. 임세진
6891, 이혜인 3639, 이경미 7936, 이승윤 6545, 강윤구 5694, 알렌 제프런 0084, 허상우 5064, 최진성 235. Congratulations. Don't forget to get the gift at the desk. Now we are going to do the draw for the second and first place prize. Kwon Hyun-jun, director of the National Science Museum, will pick the business cards to the draw. We'll start with second place gift. Samsung Galaxy Buds will be awarded to the winners. Who will be the winner? This shouldn't be happening. Kim Jong-hoon from National Science Museum.
네, 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
좋은 선물이 되시길 바라겠습니다. 저희 단체 기념 촬영
Let's
있습니다.
take a
잠시만
photo
해주시길
together.
바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 대망의
Then
1등
finally
바로 가시죠.
the first
아이패드입니다.
place
네,
who
행운의
will be
주인공이
receiving
누굴지
iPad.
두구두구두구두구. 네, 기대가 됩니다. 네, 발표해 주시죠.
Please announce. How this could be happening. 최지원 from National
네,
Science
최지원님
Museum.
계신가요?
Is there 최지원 in the audience?
네, 아쉽지만 네, 다음
It's a shame, but
당첨자를
we'll pick
뽑도록
another
하겠습니다.
business
여러분에게
card.
기회가 있습니다.
You still have chance.
네, 누구. 발표해 주시죠.
기현정 from National Science Museum. Congratulations.
네, 1등. 네, 애플 아이패드를
Apple iPad will be awarded. Thank you very much for joining us until the end of the event. The iPad is being awarded to the first place winner. We'll take a commemorative photo together.
고맙습니다. 정말 소중한 선물.
Thank you and congratulations.
네, 자리로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 수고하신 단장님께 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give director another big round of applause.
네, 이것으로 제13회 국제 과학관
The 13th ISSM is coming to an end. I'd like to thank everyone who has been joining us during the 2 days. You can see this event again on the YouTube channel of the National Science Museum. I'll see you next year.
여러분 대단히 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.